to encourage the community of those of disability to see that social empowerment agency as such, as the custodian of all of its rights. And where those rights are abridged, that there should be immediate application to that agency or immediate complaint to that agency, which will be charged with the responsibility of referring that grievance to the Disabilities Tribunal. We also made the point that so entrenched are the rights of the disabled that those rights received attention as far back as the mid-1970s. I think the Succession Act was passed in 1975, prior to the change of government, and that act gave early recognition to the rights of the disabled, so that upon the death of a testator, and that is to say, upon the death of a person who had made a will, whether he had made provision for a disabled child or not, that Succession Act guaranteed to a disabled person of any age, a disabled child of any age of that deceased testator, the guarantee of 3/4, 75% of the estate, where, for example, that testator died and left a spouse, in this instance a wife. The wife, where there's a disabled child, the wife had a guarantee of 1/4 of that estate, so that 75% of that estate would be guaranteed to the disabled child of that union for his or her upkeep, hopefully until the unhappy event of death. Now, Your Honor, I wanted to extend my legal intervention penultimately, to the question of insurance. And that's a very interesting question with which this act deals. Perhaps I should read it as an introduction to the topic. It does raise an issue which will be very interesting and which will have implications for how insurance companies will consider their status in relation to the disabled. Clause 51(1) says that a person with a disability shall not be denied insurance solely on the basis of his disability. Let me analogize with motor vehicle insurance. The law certainly is that third-party insurance is compulsory. In other words, if you have a vehicle, you must insure that vehicle against the risk that that vehicle may enter into an accident and cause loss to what we call a third party. In other words, someone other than the driver who is affected, which is to say a passenger in the car or a pedestrian or a person not in the car but who was affected by an accident into which that car became involved. That is called third-party insurance. And the law says that you cannot drive a vehicle unless it has at least third-party insurance. Now, that is nice theory because there is no law that forces any insurance company to offer insurance to a person. So that if you buy a car and no insurance company trusts you enough to sell you third-party insurance, far less comprehensive insurance, you have to catch the bus. Now, or drive illegally, precisely. Now, in this event here, the law has not gone as far as to compel any insurance company to sell insurance to a disabled person. And you know, sir, why that is so. The essence of contract, which is what insurance is a contract between you and the insurance company. But the essence of contract is that it should be voluntary. You cannot force a man to enter into a contract. If you force him to, it is not a contract. But the law here wishes that insurance companies, and the law can only wish that an insurance company would sell insurance to all disabled persons. So that we can say the farthest this law goes is that it seeks moral suasion. It seeks to persuade the insurance company to sell insurance to a disabled person. And it says, I read again, a person with disability shall not be denied insurance solely on the basis of his disability. Let us read subsection 2 to make the point further. An insurance provider shall not offer insurance services to a person with a disability at a cost which is significantly higher than the cost offered for the same coverage to a person who does not have a disability, unless any increase in cost is reasonable based on the cost of providing such insurance or the cost of reinsurance. All that is saying is that an insurance company cannot discriminate. Two parties come, one is of disability, the other is well able. The price must be the same. In other words, the insurance company cannot increase the cost of insurance to the person of disability simply because he is disabled. But we have found nothing yet in the legislation that can force an insurance company to sell insurance to a disabled person. The Act has not done that because, as I've said, there's this common law position, well-protected common law position, that says the essence of contract is its voluntary nature. It's like marriage. You can't force a man to marry a woman or vice versa. It is a contract, and it has to be voluntary. So how do we protect persons of disability in this dilemma? It's a conundrum, really, because here it is, the law is trying to protect persons of disability. The law is trying to ensure that persons of disability will have insurance coverage, but because of the law, the common law, it can go no farther. Now, how must Parliament resolve this dilemma? Since we're trying to protect persons of disability, I wonder if the government, as that ultimate custodian of the rights of disabled persons, should not consider its own intervention. We are agreed that, like third-party vehicle insurance, you can't force an insurance company to sell insurance to anybody. Here it is, a similar conundrum. The government, through this legislation, cannot force an insurance company to sell insurance to a person of disability. How do we resolve that dilemma? My own humble suggestion is that government should consider intervention by providing a reinsurance fund, so that if a person goes to an insurance company and the insurance company exercises its contractual right not to bargain, not to enter into a contract, they may pause and consider that they have been asked by government to enter into an arrangement in which they become party to a reinsurance fund. That is what companies do. They take your premium and they reinsure, so that when they pay you out, they go to their reinsurer and they don't lose, really. They hardly ever lose. If the people of the world think that insurance companies are there to lose, they're not. It's a business like any other, and the motive is profit. So that government, knowing this, out of the considerable monies that it collects as a government, and lawfully so, I wonder if government may not consider a reinsurance fund, not to guarantee the insurance company profits, but to protect those whom we claim to love and those whom we claim to wish to protect, the disabled, so that if there's any disabled person who who the company believes is not a risk worth insuring, that they can assume that risk on the basis that there's a reinsurance fund available. And here is how we can make the point further. Section 51, subsection 3 says, nothing in this act prohibits an insurer from denying insurance to a person with disability where this decision, A, was arrived at by reference to actuarial or other data from a source on which it was reasonable to rely and was reasonable having regard to the data and other relevant factors. That's making the point that I made, Your Honor, that the insurance company can use its actuarial data, its usual business efficacy, and say, look, this is not a risk that I am prepared to insure. And that's a business decision. And it affects the disabled person adversely as it would affect another person, except that the law recognizes that that is a right, a contractual right that the insurer has, recognizing that the insurer is not there to make a loss, he's there to make a profit. And that he can say, look, I don't want this risk. And the insured, the potential insured, being the disabled person, can do nothing because the statute, the legislation allows the company to act upon principles of business efficacy and to deny the person, except that as a compassionate parliament, we don't wish to deny that small community, relatively small community of disabled persons, the right of access to insurance. Again, my humble suggestion is that the government should intervene and establish a reinsurance fund to guarantee the insurer that in the event that he has to compensate the person of disability, in the event of loss, the government guarantees that there's a fund of reinsurance. I believe, Your Honor, that is the way a compassionate government would wish to resolve that issue. I make the contract point again. Section 51, subsection 2, and this is to make the point in contract that a contract has to be voluntary. And as you know, Your Honor, the three elements of a contract. A contract is constituted only where there's offer, and in this event, the offer is made by the insurance company. Acceptance, that is to say, by the person of disability. And the technical term we use as lawyers, consideration. In layman's terms, that's the price. So you have an offer, the insurance company makes the offer, the person of disability accepts the offer, and then the two parties agree to the consideration, they agree to the price, they agree to the premium. And that codifies and recognizes the principle that a contract is not consummated until and unless there's offer, acceptance, and consideration. I repeat, in that legal circumstance, you cannot fault the insurance company legally. I repeat, Your Honor, that what the government needs to consider in this event is a reinsurance fund, not solely to guarantee to the insurance company a profit, but to guarantee to the person of disability the prospect. And not only the prospect, but the reality that he will have access to insurance like all other persons, since you cannot force the insurance company to insure him, place the insurance company in a position in which it will have access to a fund of reinsurance. I hope I have made the point. And of course, as I've said, the Act itself says that you cannot force an insurance company to sell insurance to anyone, including a person of disability. Of course, the Act is not without some compassion. The Act goes on to say that the insurance company should not unreasonably deny the person of disability access to insurance. But that's another issue. If, of course, the person of disability believes that the denial has been unreasonable, he goes to the custodian of all the rights of persons of disability, the Social Empowerment Agency. And the Social Empowerment Agency is empowered by law, by this law, to make an application to the Disabilities Tribunal and bring the insurance company to defend its action of refusal. So that the act tries its best. Except, sometimes we tell people, you know, your issue is not only legal, your issue is financial. And this seems to be a financial dilemma, definitely for this person of disability and for the insurance company, who then resolves that financial dilemma. I repeat, Your Honor, the government ought to resolve that financial dilemma by establishing a reinsurance fund so that all should leave this transaction in a state of happiness. I don't imagine that with the size of the community of persons of disability, that this fund would bankrupt this country. It wouldn't. It certainly would not. So that is my humble suggestion. I will close, Your Honor, on the question raised by Section 26 of the Act. And I think the public needs to know this because I want to focus on the sections of salient legal interests. And this one is very short. Section or Clause 26 reads under the rubric void contracts, and I quote, any contract for the provision of goods, facilities, or services, or any other agreement shall be void insofar as it purports to deny any person of any rights or privileges conferred under this Act or in any other way that limits the operation of this Act. All that is written to mean that there can be no contract made which seeks to deny a person of disability any of the rights conferred under this legislation. So that it is a general provision, again, that seeks to protect the rights, interests, and entitlements of persons of disability. I mean, we can think of almost any arrangement, any contract that two parties may enter into which tend to disadvantage or to prejudice the rights of persons of disability. This legislation is saying, no, you cannot do that. You cannot make such contracts. Such contracts are void. And when a lawyer says, whether by way of contract or treaty, that something is void, it means it has never been valid. It means, as we say in legal parlance, void ab initio. Ab initio is just a Latin phrase meaning from the beginning. I say that because one needs to make the distinction between the word void and voidable. Void, when the word void appears in legislation, it has never existed. It has never had legality. As opposed to the word voidable. Voidable means that the court, the law will recognize the existence of the transaction until such time as it is declared a nullity. And that is the fundamental difference between the words void and voidable. This legislation makes it clear that any contract which is made to the prejudice or disadvantage of a person of disability, that it is void from its very beginning, from its inception. Void ab initio, it never existed. The legislation has not said voidable, so that no one can come to a court, no one can come to the tribunal and seek to argue that for some short period the transaction had legal validity. It does not have legal validity. And quite simply, Section 26 has described such transactions as never having existed at all. And I make that point to make the distinction between void and voidable. So that generally speaking, I think the minister would have dealt with the sections on education. I interpreted it as my duty to deliberate on matters legal, and those, to my mind, are the salient legal issues that arise under this legislation. I will not quarrel with the effort of the legislator to guarantee rights to persons of disability. I will not quarrel with that. As I said when I began, there are times when a parliament must join itself in causes that are noble. Today, Your Honor, although I sit in this position, I have no difficulty in disclosing that this is an exercise in social nobility. And I want to commend it, except with the reservation that I think what I proposed at section 51 under the rubric of insurance may now be considered, because persons of disability, their rights are still limited, certainly in relation to insurance contracts. As I said, analogizing with third-party motor vehicle insurance, the law compels the owner of a car to have at least third-party insurance. But there's no insurance company that has ever been compelled by any law to sell third-party insurance to a vehicle owner. Similarly, with this legislation has not attempted, nor does it intend to force any insurance company to sell insurance to a person with disability, except that if that refusal is unreasonable, an application may be made to the Disabilities Tribunal. But the fundamental point is this: the legislation has not intended, it has not attempted to force insurance companies to sell insurance to all persons of disability who are interested. Of course, a portion of Section 51 attempts some moral suasion. That is as far as it goes. But moral suasion and legal obligation are qualitatively and quantitatively different matters. Again, I plead with the government to consider that reinsurance fund to resolve the issue, because as much as we wish to do in relation to the rights of persons of disability, as much as this legislation wishes to do in relation or for persons of disability, it cannot breach that fundamental common law provision that you cannot force persons to enter into a contract. That's the law. And I have proposed that the solution to law is financial. Now, you are aware, Your Honor, that there are several occasions when the law creates injustice. The law creates injustice. And in the old courts of England, they used to go to the Chancellor, the Chancery. And the Chancery used to be described as the keeper of the king's conscience. The law is the law. And law, as Oliver Wendell Holmes would have said, is logic, is an accumulation of logic. He didn't say those exact words, but that is what he meant. The law, being an accumulation of logic, still on occasions produces injustice. And this Section 51 can possibly result in injustice. Under the old system, when the law produced injustice, you went to the Court of Equity. And the Court of Equity created rules based on fairness. And those rules of fairness represented exceptions from the law, except that they develop and advance the rights, interests, and entitlements of all parties. we don't have the application of the rules of equity applicable here. So that while equity was itself a higher system of law, that higher system of law has no application here. And therefore, the solution is financial. Please, Mr. Speaker, do seek to persuade the government to create that small fund of reinsurance. I'm no insurance expert, but please try to create that reinsurance fund so that if we're saying to the members of this precious community that we are guaranteeing you your rights, extend those rights, and please create that financial zone of relief for this community that we must love, even if they're not our friends or relatives, we must love them as God, as the Honourable Member said, as God mandates, that we must love our neighbour. So that is a good point at which to end, Your Honour, on the issue of the greatest of the virtues, loving our neighbours as we do ourselves. Your Honour, I'm obliged for your patience. Thank you, sir.
Honourable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I beg to move a motion for the suspension of Standing Order 31. This standing order relates to the length of time which an honourable member has to speak, which is usually 30 minutes, unless it is the Prime Minister or the Leader of the Opposition or the person moving the actual debate. Obviously,
Standing Order 31, Honourable.
Sorry?
Honourable Leader of Government Business.
Sorry?
Standing Order 31.
31.
30.
31.
I'm with you.
As you are aware, Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member for St. James North, who I believe wishes to speak next in this debate, has not only been instrumental in allowing us and certainly the government as well as the Honourable Minister to be able to bring the policy for disabilities, but he's been also a long-standing advocate in this area and also the chairman of the National Advisory Committee on Disabilities. And it is our belief that the honourable member should be given the extended time to be able to make his presentation, given his depth of knowledge of the area and certainly his advocacy over the course of the last few years.
Reverend Judges on. I ain't seen it. 31. 31. Wait, that's it. I don't remember you means 30 subsection 1. You say 31. Right. Plus 31 dealing with budgetary proposals. Right. So it's 30 subsection 1. Right. The question is that Standing Order 30 subsection 1 be extended so as to permit the honourable member for St. James North to speak beyond the normal allocation of 30 minutes. All those members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. Honourable member St. James North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank you for your permission to be able to speak longer. I wish to start by saying that this is an historic and day of tremendous significance in this Parliament, sir. When this Parliament has recognized that it has to redress the decades of wrongs committed against people with disabilities. In my submission Mr. Speaker, this bill ranks alongside and will so be judged by political historians in the future, along with the great pieces of social legislation led by the Parliament of the Right Excellent Sir Grantley Herbert Adams in the 1950s, legislation such as the abolition of the law which located laborers to the tenantries on which they worked, and when they left those tenantries, those plantations seeking better employment, they had to move the chattel house. And legislation such as the Holidays with Pay Act, and legislation which abolished, for example, the compulsion of women who were not married, that when they got pregnant, they had to leave their employment in the public service. It also equates in my submission with legislation of the 1960s under the Right Excellent Errol Barrow, the National Insurance Act, and legislation bringing in school meals, free school meals for children. And then the Succession Act, 1975. Then legislation under the Right Honourable Tom Adams, and recently demised Sir Henry Ford, the Status of Children Reform Act, which gave children born out of wedlock equal rights as children born within wedlock, and prima facie establishment of paternity for those children. And then when you get into the 80s, it equals the landmark Tenantries Freehold Purchase Act of the Tom Adams government, sir. This act in the future will be seen to be at a similar level of those acts, because people with disabilities globally make up, what, 1 million people? It is estimated 15% of the world population. In the Caribbean, it's a bit less than that. Sorry, not 1 million, sorry, 1 billion people globally, roughly 15% of the world's population. In the Caribbean region, estimated to be about 1 million. 10% of the population in the Caribbean. In Barbados, it's estimated to be a bit less than that, maybe about 8%. Could be more. So that's the truth, because we've had COVID, we've had chikungunya that has left those who survived it, thankful to God, but now with some form of disability. So this is a fact in terms of the upliftment of a most vulnerable category of person in this country. And the facts are certain. Caribbean Development Bank reports, United Nations reports speak to it. As recently as 2022, CDB 2018, that people with disabilities make up a substantial percentage of those who live below the poverty line in the Caribbean, and indeed in Barbados too. So we are today doing, sir, what you should come to Parliament to do. Anyone who seeks to come to this Parliament should be prepared and should have as their first priority doing social justice to those who are most vulnerable, most disadvantaged, financially, socially, and otherwise in this country. And that is what we are here doing today. It makes me absolutely proud, sir, to be part of a government that has brought this legislation. So as I've done previously, sir, as recently as 10 weeks ago, when we debated the national policy on disabilities, the resolution, I really wish to commend the Cabinet of Barbados for seeing this through, helping us reach this stage, and the Honourable Prime Minister herself, sir, who made a commitment when we were sworn in as members of parliament, as cabinet ministers at State House just after the last election, end of January, that the Commission on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities will be immediately established, that I would lead it, sir. And the relationship to get us to this position that the committee, and I personally, sir, have had with the Honourable Member for St. Michael South really has been exemplary. And really wish to thank him as well for this. The stakeholders in the cause, all 21 organizations, their leaders, the National Council, the Council for the Disabled, especially Ms. Rosanna Truder, not allowed to call names, but I called it her name in a positive light. And this is really a bill in their name, formulated by them. I mean, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition spoke about the legislator and the social policy experts, etc. Look, it's a combined effort by everyone. I mean, as a committee, we met 3 times in the first instance town hall meetings with all the organizations for persons with disabilities. We met a further 4 times with everyone nationally. Then Senator Andrely Boyce from the other place and I were called back, retained for 2 months by the Ministry of People Empowerment to provide more consultations, both nationally and with people with disabilities. There's a saying by people with disabilities, nothing for us without us, and that is what this has been about. And that is why there is, in my submission, national consensus on this. And the Honourable Senator Monite in the other place last year, during the estimate, spoke about this, the fundamental significance and importance to address legislatively and policy-wise the needs of persons with disabilities. And in fact spoke about the callousness of people who park in car park spaces reserved for people with disabilities when they are able-bodied, and said she herself, if given the job, would be willing to go around Barbados and find people such as them if given the opportunity. And it's pleasing today, so I must say this, sir, to hear the Honourable Leader of the Opposition, exactly 10 weeks after we debated the resolution on national policy, where he admitted that he knew very little in terms of the issues and that he hadn't studied it academically. He has obviously done a little research since then. And it's pleasing to hear him come today to join hands, as he ought, with us on this issue. Because as I said from the beginning, there can be no political divide on this. It was the Barbados Labour Party government that signed the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. It was the last Democratic Labour Party government, just after the 2013 election, which brought me into this parliament, that ratified that convention. It is true that after that, the last Democratic Labour Party government did themselves and the people with disabilities an injustice, because in March 2015, I brought a resolution, private member's resolution, to this parliament during the month of the disabled in 2015, calling on the government to at least debate the issue and move towards bringing this legislation to Parliament. And I initiated meetings with the then Minister of Social Welfare. Can't remember what it was called then, the ministry, but social care on the issue, because I said, look, it's not about me, I want to see this legislation passed, brought to Parliament, and if I have to help you all, I am here to help you with it. But nothing was done, although promises were made until the very last moment. The Honourable Minister for People Empowerment referred to it today that a disabilities bill was sent to the Council for the Disabled. I was a director of the council at that time in March 2018. In other words, 2 months before the election was called, and in fact, a couple of weeks before Parliament dissolved itself, bringing a disabilities bill, which obviously could not come through within that space of time. And we all agreed, Council for the Disabled agreed, everybody, that this bill was not really fit for purpose because it was obviously rushed at the last minute. So we are here today, sir, as a result of joint efforts by everyone. Stakeholders, Law Reform Commission led by Sir David Simmons, sir, indebted to him, to that commission, rather, who retained Dr. Jason Haynes, absolutely brilliant professor, now at University of Birmingham, then Deputy Dean of the University of the West Indies Law Faculty, to draft this bill, helped draft it based on the input from the commission and based on what we gathered from everyone. All the over 60 meetings initially that we had, and then we went back and had about 10 more. And meeting with the Democratic Labour Party, meeting with the party of Bishop Joe Atherley, sir, Senator Andrea Boyce and I went into the Democratic Labour Party and met with them for the second time. First time was by Zoom. So that's what it is about, and that is the Barbados that we really long for in terms of consensus politics on issues of fundamental social importance, sir. Then, sir, there are others, numerous to call, but it has been an input, and of all the ministries of government are involved in this, and as I've done before, and it is worth repeating, all the meetings we had with all the ministries, that they had ministers led their teams. That is the truth. In each and every meeting with a ministry that the commission had was led by the minister, because they realized the importance of this, of doing this. In a situation where people with disabilities are institutionally discriminated against and have been throughout the history of this country in terms of every aspect of life. And therefore, sir, 3 years, because it's almost 3 years since the last election, in less than 3 years, we've had a policy, now national policy, which has the fundamental parliamentary cloth. October the 29th last year, and exactly 10 weeks after, we're now debating this disabilities bill, which, if I may say, Mr. Speaker, when enacted into our legislation, will be the most transformative, comprehensive, wide-ranging, modern piece of legislation in the Caribbean region. Now, sir, sometimes it's a good thing in coming late to the table, because there's 6 CARICOM countries, Caribbean countries, including Guyana, Jamaica, Bahamas, Belize, that have disabilities legislation. But we were able, obviously, to see what they have come up with and look to improve on what they have produced. As we speak, our CARICOM sister nation, Trinidad and Tobago, is about to debate a national policy on disabilities together with the bill. I think the intention, as their minister in charge has told me, is to debate both together. And we're in close contact with them on the issue. But we were behind other Caribbean countries. In fact, we're behind the whole world. There are many African countries that have this legislation. South Africa, Kenya have had it for a long time. And many of us, I believe all of us, have seen, and many in the wider Barbadian public, have seen a presentation by a Kenyan MP who is blind. And it's astonishing to see the depth of her intellect. And in Kenya, in fact, there are reservations within their parliament for persons with disabilities. While representing Barbados at ACP EU conferences, Kenya invariably always sends a person with disability as part of their delegation. So we are behind, but this act redresses the imbalance, this bill, and we will now be ahead. And this is not me saying that, sir. This is accepted by experts on disabilities policy and law in the Caribbean who have said that this act is now the standard bearer of what legislation within the Caribbean ought to be in terms of people with disabilities. So let me upfront address the one concern or challenge, I don't even know if I could call it that has been raised by the Honourable Leader of the Opposition, who has, to use his words, described this piece of legislation as an act of social mobility. But his one concern is on the insurance and which I'll speak more on the insurance aspect in itself, but I address this particular point, that he's correct in saying you can't compel anyone to go into a contract. I mean, that's basic contract law, enforceability, privity of contract, etc. But I want to suggest that the fund he is talking about, the reinsurance fund that he has called on the Ministry of People's Empowerment and indeed the government to create, is addressed in Section 80 of the bill. The national establishment of the fund, whereby a national development fund for persons with disabilities is to be established under the Act. That Act shall be a permanent fund. Income from the fund shall be used for the benefit of persons with disabilities and their organizations. Funds should be administered by the Social Empowerment Agency through a board of trustees. Clearly, that board of trustees will be a board of expert individuals, people trained in finance, in business, and in investment. And that fund can address the concerns of the Honourable Leader of the Opposition, because sources of the fund will comprise income generated by investments made by the trustees, donations from international, regional and local donors. And indeed, sir, with the enactment of this legislation, the Barbados government will now be open to a lot more international aid, financial and otherwise, than it was before, from people and from organizations concerned about persons with disabilities as a group of very vulnerable persons. So international funding can come in, sir, into this fund, and obviously money voted from Parliament. So that fund, I want to suggest, can be used, and I'm sure will wisely be used to address those kind of concerns, legitimate concerns, I must say, raised by the Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Sir, that having been said, I think it is my duty as well to go into some of the legal principles of this Act. And when you look, I mean, the Act itself speaks to the tribunal, the Social Empowerment Agency, and the Social Empowerment Agency is an extremely novel concept. It's an agency that will come into being with the enactment of the Family Services legislation that the Honourable Member for St. Michael's South has promised to bring very shortly before this Parliament, amalgamating the National Assistance Board National Disabilities Unit, Child Care Board, and the welfare department. Extremely novel. This social empowerment agency is going to have tremendous importance within this country, because it's going to be treating towards the most vulnerable. In a situation, sir, where, let's admit, that under both governments, there has been deficiencies within our welfare system and its ability to deliver on a speedy basis to those most in need. But the court, the tribunal, the social empowerment agency, when implementing and addressing this act, sir, must take into account certain guiding principles. Protection of the rights of persons with disabilities, the empowerment of persons with disabilities, the provision for persons with disabilities in need of care and support, the promotion of their welfare, their protection from abuse, from neglect, from discrimination, and to ensure that Barbados, in all its forms, complies with our international treaty commitments and human rights commitments in relation to persons with disabilities and otherwise, because we can't just be signing conventions because it's pretty to do so and because it's fashionable, and then their tenets are not implemented in Barbados. And therefore, this act is saying that all those responsible for administering this act and making sure that it is complied with have to be guided by these principles, overall principles, and that is fine, sir. The issue of the Social Empowerment Agency, which will receive and investigate complaints alleging breach of this act. So for the first time in the history of Barbados, persons with disabilities, their caregivers, those responsible for them, sir, and their whole list of people, could be the doctors, their doctor, could be their teacher, will have an agency now that they can go to and make a complaint against someone, an entity, even a government agency, that they allege is breaching the rights of the persons with disabilities, sir. This is what this act is about, because implementation has to be a key. The Social Empowerment Agency is mandated to investigate the complaint. If it finds that it is of merit, it has the authority and power to intervene to try and reach a settlement on the issue. If no settlement is reached, you have the Disabilities Rights Tribunal, sir, an adjudicative body that has power to make binding decisions on the issues of the complaints, etc. Could be an issue, an employment issue, where a person with disability alleges that they did not get the job because they have a disability, sir. And that happens a lot in this country. Let's face fact that persons with disabilities apply for jobs, and on the face of it, on their application, there's no indication they have a disability, so they get through the door for the interview. That is the truth. But when they get through the door and the person, the interviewer or the group of interviewers see that they're in a wheelchair, the job dead. And they're qualified for the job, you know, sir. No, let's put ourselves in that position. I certainly put myself in that. I feel I have the intelligence. I have the capacity to do this job. I can do it better than an able-bodied person. Because as the Honourable Member for St. Michael South said, invariably in a lot of cases they're doing the job better because they ain't gossiping on the cell phone all day or on the net about who got who had who last night. They're doing work, they're happy for the job. And they're dedicating themselves to the job. Accommodations may have to be made for them, and what's wrong with that? To do the job. You might have to say, depending on the disability, okay, so you could come in to work at 9:30 rather than 8:30, work till 5:30 when you're feeling better in the afternoon. Or you could work 2 days from home and maybe produce more than if you had to fight up with transportation to get to work. But COVID taught us that you could work from home too, remote work too. So it's the mindset that has to be changed in this country, both in government and in the private sector, as has been recognized, to give people an opportunity to fulfill their potential, as is their right as Barbadian citizens under the Constitution and laws of Barbados. So this is what this act is about. You could appeal if you feel aggrieved by the decision. You could appeal the decision of the Disabilities Rights Tribunal to the High Court judge, but that is fundamental, basic legislative rights of an individual. But when done and the court rule against you too, you got to comply, make some kind of restitution, compensation, whatever. So there's legislative equal protection, including protection from victimization and discrimination under this act. That's so important. That we have spent decades victimizing people with disabilities and discriminating against them in this country, sir. We spoke during the policy, many of us, that regrettably a lot of families were ashamed of their children or relatives who had disabilities. I used to keep them in the back room in the house. When people come to the house, they can't see them. Thankfully, those days are past. It wasn't the person with disability's fault that they have a disability. And the thing about it, sir, is that in a split second, anybody regrettably could get a disability. Yesterday, and I'm not going to call names, sir, but a person who was head of a leading government department in this country called me, fell down last month from a ladder, now has no sensitivity whatsoever from his chest down, including his hands. I can't get over it yet, sir. I know the person very, very well. Split second, off a ladder. Now whole life. Don't know if the physiotherapy that he has to do over the next 6 months is going to make any difference. So this is why everybody ought to remain humble and respect people with disabilities, and that is why I get so vexed when I hear, as I did up to over the weekend, about people parking in car parks that reserved for people with disabilities, and not only doing that, but want to tell you about your mother and things about yourself that you never know about. That's the truth. Until they themselves get a disability or the close relative, regrettably, and they then understand and come to Christian understanding. So the penalty, and the law must have penalties, sir. It got to be enforceable. So the penalties for exploiting people with disabilities or committing violence against them or neglecting or abusing them, $50,000 maximum. And abuse also includes economic and emotional and verbal and psychological, physical and sexual abuse. And the Honourable Member for St. Thomas has been at the forefront of speaking about elder abuse, which encompasses all these things. And elder abuse equals disabilities abuse in this case. I've got people who exploit people with disabilities, take away the pension checks, don't support them. Same thing as the elderly, and verbally and emotionally and psychologically abuse them. So a penalty, the law gonna intervene in the future in this area. But the sexual and reproductive rights of persons with disabilities, as any other human being, are protected under this law. And they have to be, sir. Because you've got people that get on like if people with disabilities, because you're blind or you're deaf, no, you should not have any sexual feelings. Or you should not explore your reproductive rights. The Honourable Member for St. Michael South spoke about the experience of Ms. Janelle Odell, member of the committee, one of the most absolutely brilliant people that I have met and that I know, distinctions, first-class honors throughout. And somebody who should know better can look at her after her child born. How are you going to look after this child? My sister, sir, born deaf, had a son. And I suppose God works in mysterious ways, his wonders to perform, because her son and my daughter, my first child, born 4 months apart, virtually grew up together. When I out with my daughter and then my son on a Saturday afternoon, my nephew with me, and both of his parents deaf. And he now serving, advancing the law enforcement cause in this country, sir. Nothing wrong with persons with disabilities who can get children to get. But yes, as the Honourable Minister said, they're not to be exploited though. So those people who interfere with them sexually when they shouldn't be, now, again, the law coming down on them. Because you're not to take advantage of people just because they're vulnerable. So that is the line and distinction that has to be drawn in this situation, sir. The issue of the law, sir, this legislation will not be the be-all and end-all. In other words, we can't, after it's enacted, put out our hands and say, look, we've achieved, this is it. Because public awareness, public sensitization has to continue, must be a continuous process. So, sir, as the Honourable Minister said, we toyed up to recently with the idea of putting in quotas and percentages in terms of employment of persons with disabilities, that there should be X amount of percentage places reserved in government for persons with disabilities, that people in the private sector or employing over a certain amount of people should employ X number of persons with disabilities. And we came to the understanding, sir, because, look, a lot of thought went into this, that we are not ready yet for that. Because we have to make sure the education process is in place and that the employment then can come about. So we removed those clauses from the legislation, sir, but memorandum of understanding have to be entered into with the private sector groups to employ persons with disabilities, sir, to give people with disabilities a chance. That's going to require a register of skills to be developed by the Social Empowerment Agency, will be responsible for it under the Ministry of People Empowerment. And we heard the Honourable Member for St. Michael South say today that since, for example, now, the Honourable Prime Minister in her budgetary proposals last year, March 16th, I believe it is, and it came into effect October the 1st, widened the category of persons with disabilities, including children, who as of right now will get benefits, monetary benefits under the NIS, that persons with disabilities coming forward and register and saying what the skills are. So that has to be advanced so that a person in the private sector said, I want to give a person with disabilities a chance, but they've got to be qualified, they've got to merit it, can call the Ministry of People Empowerment and get and employ with persons with disabilities. And sir, the truth of the matter is, a lot of people in this country who give people, private sector people, who give persons with disabilities a job or opportunity will tell you that they were happy they made that choice. But they have to be in a position to be able to make that choice. So hence, memorandum of understandings have to be developed between businesses and the Ministry of People Empowerment, between the Barbados Employees Confederation, the Chamber of Commerce, and the Ministry of People Empowerment to advance this cause. Because it can't continue with a 90% rate of persons with disabilities being unemployed or not self-employed. In addition, companies and business entities need to be encouraged at least once a year, I would say twice a year, to hold seminars for their employees, especially those who face the public, those in customer service, those who interact with the public, to make them more sensitive of the issues of persons with disabilities, sir. Because we heard numerous stories over the period of time of the commission, of banks, sir. I say banks, insurance companies, we can come more to the insurance company. Let's deal with the banks now. Having a lot of discriminatory policies against persons with disabilities. So there's a person with disabilities, nothing wrong with the head. They have a better brain than my brain. But yet, a bank person telling them, well, you gotta bring your mother to open this account or to withdraw this money. That kind of foolishness. But you don't want your mother to know how much money you got. You ain't want your relative to know nothing about your personal affairs. Well, that is your right as a human being. But you being insulted and offended by someone at a bank who is telling you that you, just because you're in a wheelchair, for instance, that you don't have the capacity to make decisions as to your banking circumstances or your financial circumstances. No, that is where there's no sensitivity or understanding by a person at the front line of a bank in customer service on the issue of disabilities. And those things have to be changed. The National Council for the Disabled, the now National Disabilities Unit, to be social empowerment agency, has the capacity to train and has done in the past. Training courses, seminars, 1 day, half day, 2 a year, twice a year, to these institutions and establishments that treat into the public. They gain a lot of money from the public. And I want to suggest that if they become more favorable to persons with disabilities will spend money with them, will bank with them, and they will gain in terms of profit. Because a person with disabilities not going at a bank that discriminating against them. Well, that is the reality. Well, that is common sense, business sense. But a lot of people, like, they don't consider people with disabilities. Same thing as our tourism product, and I've said this before, and the Honourable Minister of Tourism conceded, and previous Minister too, when we met, when the committee met with the ministry, Barbados should become absolutely disability friendly and accessible. Both for our own people and for tourists. More tourists will come if Barbados was fully accessible. We've been trying with it, sir, that is the truth. For about, I remember when the last government was in office, I was an opposition MP. I was invited to serve or at least be part of a panel discussion, I remember, on the issue. And you know, the people with disabilities worldwide are multimillionaires because they got large personal injury settlements, as you know, sir, from the incident that caused their disability. Some of them may have been rich even before that. So you're rich and you go up in the French Alps or the Swiss Alps, sir, and you're skiing and you break your back. But only rich people could go up in the French Alps and Swiss Alps and ski. So we have to make Barbadians understand that, look, there is financial benefit, in addition, obviously, to the moral right and authority of treating the people with disabilities and making Barbados fully favorable to people with disabilities. We have, sir, we're looking towards, and I know the Law Reform Commission has it before them, to have lasting or enduring power of attorneys legislation. Because like I said, the enactment of this legislation would not be the end all of it. And where situations where, as you know, Mr. Speaker, a power of attorney is no longer valid once the grantor of the power of attorney has mental incapacity. But England, for example, I think they amended their act in 2023, has taken into account those situations where you have now lasting and enduring power of attorneys. And this is key because right now the situation stands that a person, after they become mentally incapacitated, their power of attorney is no longer in effect, and their close relatives have to go to court now to get receivership, which costs a lot of money, sir, and is, you know, a maze of bureaucracy. So these are the issues that we are talking about. A lot of steps, tremendous progress has been made by the Ministry of People Empowerment over the last 3 years, especially on this issue. The 40% increase in subventions to organizations serving persons with disabilities, sir. Ministry of Housing, the 10% allocation of state housing and houses that are associated with the state being constructed to house persons with disabilities, the trust fund, which has helped tremendously persons with disabilities. Sir, it is a work in progress. It's not going to happen overnight, but we have started on the journey to make life better for persons with disabilities, to do good by persons with disabilities. I believe there's a proposal from the Constitutional Reform Commission to place disabilities, just like gender, just like sex, just like religious persuasion, among those protected categories of persons against whom it is unconstitutional to discriminate against. And I really look forward to that coming into play. Section 42 is a key section where every ministry, because as I said, we took out the percentage sector, but every ministry under Section 42 is mandated to employ qualified persons with disabilities. And the issues of education, where the Act speaks to the right to quality education on the basis of equal opportunity and training teachers for special needs schools, and the issue of individualize their educational plans to call for specific learning needs of students with disabilities. All of these are key components of this legislation, combined with the stated intention by the Ministry of Education to reopen Alma Parish School, which again, the Honourable Member for St. Thomas has been calling for years. Schools should never have been shut, as it was by the last Democratic Labour Party government. But mindful still of the philosophy that even though you are looking to accommodate persons with disabilities as much as possible in mainstream schooling, you still recognize under this act, under this bill, that there are some students with disabilities who would have to go to special schools. And that is carrying out the philosophy of some some disability educational experts, such as Gary Hornby, who lives in Barbados, married to a Barbadian, who in his book, Inclusive Education at the Crossroads, exploring effective special needs skills, provision in global context, speaks about the need still, even though you have a concept of mainstreaming, to still have special schools for some persons with disabilities. The issue of employment is important. Equal access to opportunities for suitable employment, regardless of a person's disability. And the burden of proof, so important, shall be on the employer to establish satisfactory reasons for denying a person with disability employment or employment rights. And they could be taken before the Social Empowerment Agency and the Disabilities Rights Tribunal to show that burden of proof. The issue of health care, very, very key, sir. Persons with disabilities must have same access to the same range and standards of affordable healthcare services as provided to persons without disabilities. And the medical and paramedical personnel must be trained to deal with this. So you've had situations where deaf persons go to a polyclinic, for instance, and the name call, in other words, we're ready to see you, but they don't know because the personnel there don't recognize that as a deaf person. And there isn't anything visual that they could look up to see their number or whatever. And go along because the person say, well, they ain't here to go along, but the deaf person sitting down right there. So that is the type of everyday challenge that you have. The act deals with service animals, and that is key too. The ability of blind persons to come into Barbados and to travel with service animals is addressed here. And national emergencies, whereby under the act that the Ministry of Home Affairs, People's Empowerment, mandated to make sure that persons with disabilities in an impending disaster are protected, are placed a safe haven. And from the time I was Minister of Home Affairs, sir, we had, as you know, shelters specifically assigned to persons with disabilities, hurricane shelters. So all of these are issues aimed to improve the lives of persons with disabilities. Persons with disabilities to be taken into account on policies aimed at combating climate change. So important. So, sir, I would want to end on just one issue. You want to sit down? Okay.
Honourable Leader for Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move the suspension of the House until 10 minutes past 4.
The question is that this honourable chairman be suspended until 4:10 p.m. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Meeting, the ayes have it. This honourable chairman stands suspended until 4:10 p.m.
Honourable members, this session is resumed. When we vote for the suspension, we were discussing order number 11, and to that we shall return. Honourable member for St. James North.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Just want to spend a few minutes speaking towards a bit more on education of children with disabilities and the employment issue, because these are keys. And under the Act, the Ministry of Education, as far as is reasonably practicable, must promote and facilitate the integration of students with disabilities into all schools and educational institutions. However, the ministry shall promote the establishment of special schools by both government and the private sector for students with disabilities. I'm aware, sir, we are all aware that the ministry gives subventions to some private sector schools for the education of children with disabilities to assist, because government can't do it all. And this legislative provision speaks towards that issue as well. Issue of education, sir, sorry, ma'am, has to be fundamentally important. There's a challenge with the Irving Wilson School. School traditionally for the deaf also has autistic children there, where, as the ministry is well aware, sir, sorry, ma'am, that it is not treated as a secondary school, even though children go to school there until age 18, and this is a problem. So we need to enhance the status of that school. There's work to be done. The Ministry of Education is going through an educational transformation process, and I'm happy to say that they've pulled some areas out of that transformation policy, which is not yet finalized, but they're making an effort in terms of treating towards persons with disabilities and giving them a better cause and opportunity in terms of their education. The issue of employment, as I said, is key. And the burden of proof on the employer to establish satisfactory reasons for denying a person with disability employment or employment rights is key. Because, as I said, the 90% unemployment rate among persons with disabilities can't continue. We can't have a society that is meaningful, that is just, which discriminates in that manner against persons with disabilities in terms of employment. As Mahatma Gandhi said, a society has to be judged by how it treats its most vulnerable. And that is the key. And as Leviticus 19 verses 14 says, you shall not curse a deaf man, nor place a stumbling block before the blind, but you shall revere the Lord. Let us all treat the persons with disabilities as human beings, as they ought to be treated, and we will have a better society. Because it can't be that we're spending money on persons with disabilities, medically boarding them, because they've met in a car accident and they might have a broken leg or a bad back, but the brain's still viable, and we therefore then decide under present practices that after a year, you can put them before a medical board, and because you don't want to retrofit the workplace for them or make accommodation in terms of their employment conditions, medically board them. In some cases, they might be struggling to survive on their salary before they were injured. So how they going to survive now on 50 or 60% NIS, 50, 60% of their salary? These are real life issues that face us and that need to be addressed. Rather than making the adjustment and let them continue to be productive members of this society. The vocational training and self-employment of persons with disabilities includes the facilitation of developmental loans for their aid. So this act speaks towards creating more developmental loans for persons with disabilities to be trained vocationally and for self-employment. So all of these are operational and realistic parts of this act, which speaks towards persons with disabilities and improvement of their lives. And the reality of the situation, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that over the last, I want to say 2 years, you've seen more involvement with people with disabilities in, for example, attendance at national cultural shows and national events. That's the truth. Last year, they had an event at Botanical Gardens. And I saw more people with disabilities, more blind people and people in wheelchairs there than I had ever seen at any event in Barbados. Because they're being encouraged and having the confidence now to come out in public and know that they're welcome and know that they're accommodated. Because you're reserving spaces in the car park for VIPs, for persons with disabilities, the vehicles bringing them to park. Those kind of simple notions make a difference. And that is what has been happening. That is what I have certainly seen and people with disabilities speak to over the last 2 years. Accessibility. And on the insurance point, Madam Deputy Speaker, both of the previous speakers, the Honourable Member for St. Michael's South and the Honourable Member for Christchurch South, have spoken to the issue of insurance. This is primary. And you know, there are some people, because they never address their minds to the issue, don't see or recognize discrimination. So as the Honourable Member for St. Michael's South said, we met with the insurance companies, three occasions up to November. They had a session organized at the University of the West Indies on the issue of insurance for persons with disabilities. Because during the consultations, the town hall meetings, we heard of all kinds of cases of discrimination on insurance issues. A lady who had a driver's license for 14 years, never met in a car accident yet, but can't get insurance because she's deaf. Never met in a car accident yet, you know. But you can give an able-bodied person car insurance and they're going to lick up the car or somebody next week. So this act calls now on insurance companies to weigh the issues, right? Bring the actuarial science and other data involved. If you're saying that you're not insuring this person with disabilities, you got to give reasons why you're not insuring them in writing. And the burden of proof on you to show that the reasons are satisfactory why you shouldn't give a person with disabilities insurance, right? And, you know, it's a question of what is fair and just. I never hear, quite honestly, I don't recall hearing about a house that burned down because the person blind. So you can tell me that an insurance company should not give a blind person house insurance? I don't recall hearing a house in Barbados that burned down because the person blind. So the insurance companies, the truth, as the Honourable Member said, you know, I had an initial kickback. When I made a statement saying that they discriminate against people with disabilities, the truth is, some of them call me up, message me, man, Eddie, I don't like what you say. I say, come and let's meet. Let's talk about this thing. Let me show you, let me bring people with disabilities then. As the Honourable Member for St. Michael South, the insurance people saying they don't discriminate, and all the people with disabilities in the room saying that they could cite examples where there's discrimination. So, hence, I think it's section 51. And they're going to have to give reasons. If they want to increase the premium significantly, you know, they want to give insurance, but the premium significantly high, bring the actuarial science to show why it should be so high. Not because you feel that it should be high, you putting it up, so. So that is the kind of equitable nature that this piece of legislation is projecting. It is, as I said, a tremendously historic piece of legislation. I'm proud to be in a parliament that passes it. I commend, madam, also my fellow committee members. We could not have done it alone. And I really, as I said, want to commend Cabinet for their role in this process. I was asked to recommend names of persons to sit on a committee. Cabinet accepted all the names. So I was given a large free hand. I suppose it shows the confidence that Cabinet has in me on this issue. After all, I've been involved in the cause of persons with disabilities for 35 years. And for me, this marks a tremendous day. When I was a little boy, I promised my sister, my parents, that I will use whatever education this good country has given me to assist in the cause of persons with disabilities. I promised myself, and most of all, I promised the Lord, because I felt it was the right thing to do. And perhaps I may never have offered myself for the Parliament of Barbados, but for my desire to try and make a difference in terms of people with disabilities. That is the truth. But it's been a tremendous cause. I thank everyone who has been part of what we're doing today. I thank the leader of the opposition for what he has done today in terms of assisting and furthering the national consensus on this. I mean, this is a socially transformative bill where there is national consensus, and there is that consensus because everybody has had an input into it. After, of course, there was the end of the mandate of the commission, because we fulfilled what we were asked to do, the national policy, the draft bill, the commission in the form of the tribunal, which will implement the bill when it comes into force. And the ministry then engaged two extremely talented persons with disabilities, Senator Andre Boyce and Mr. Neil Odell, to again go over and meet with all the ministries after we had the draft bill and say, look, tell us what you think about this. And adjustments made where ministries felt that it might have been going too far, or where you could have gone further. You know, the consultations again with the ministries, with them. Also allowing greater input into this bill. And then you're meeting as well with the private sector again, and with the labor, the trade union movement on the issue to get this as right as it can be there will never be perfection in any bill, but as right as it can be for the circumstances of Barbados at this particular time. And we are satisfied that this is what we have come up with. We look forward to the proclamation of it sometime in the future. Of course, that will still need to await the family services, the social empowerment agency bill, because as you have seen, that agency is fundamental to this, and that bill, as the Honourable Minister has promised, will be brought before Parliament shortly as well. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I thank the Chair for indulging me longer than what has been allocated to me, and I really want to say that this is a tremendous day in the social policy history of Barbados. I thank you.
Honourable Member for St. Peter.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise with a lot of satisfaction to add my voice to this debate on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities Bill. When, Madam Deputy Speaker, the policy was debated in this honorable chamber, I was not able to debate and to join the debate only because I was away on the business of the government and people of this country. And so when know that the opportunity has presented itself for debate on this bill, I must join this debate to share a few perspectives. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I shared with the Honourable Member for St. Michael South just a few minutes ago that back in the 1990s, late 90s, probably in the early 2000s, I had the opportunity to meet as a hotelier at the time, met with the Council for the Disabled, and we were talking about the program Fully Accessible Barbados. And I got to learn about the program, became convinced that it was one that this country needed. It was needed because it caused those of us who were exposed to it to recognize the basic humanity of every human being. But there was another experience I had which cemented in my mind the experience that I had with the Fully Accessible Barbados and the outcome. I should go back to say that coming out of that engagement with the council, I hired a lady who was deaf. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I can support, and I'm careful how I'm saying this, because we have to be careful about the reasons why we do things. But I still think it is important to say that the productivity of that worker was way above many of the other persons who were employed. And it is interesting that it may or may not have been a result of the disability and the communication challenge. Now, that in itself, in terms of greater productivity, that in itself is not a reason why a person should or should not be employed. But I think it ought to be made clear that rather than seeing the employing of persons with disabilities, people with disabilities, as a liability, it could be very well an asset, a gain something that the business, the organization, can benefit from. I also had, while I worked in the industry, and this is where, sometimes the rubber hits the road. Within the program, Fully Accessible Barbados, there is not an attempt. The vision is that both on the side of the on the employment side, but also as it relates to visitors to the country, so the customer, there is the idea of making the accommodation. In this legislation, we talk about reasonable accommodation. I think in another piece I'll speak to later, it's called reasonable adjustment. We wanted to have rooms, hotel rooms, that could accommodate persons with disabilities, people with disabilities. And we found it impossible to do with respect to persons with mobility challenges who were using wheelchairs. But we were able, in 2003, I remember very clearly because we closed for quite some time, and when we built new rooms, we were able to build a new block that was fully friendly to people with disabilities. And so I support the call for working with businesses, working with enterprise, working with organizations, and pointing out how the accommodations can be made. I think we ought not to just give an instruction to say, well, you have to do this. But I think there is room for some level of hand-holding. And then, of course, if hand-holding doesn't work, then let me get my licks for this. But sometimes a spank will be necessary. And I know that I live in a society where that is not popular, but I didn't come here to be popular. The other experience I had outside of work was, and Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to call this name only because I think the program that she allowed me to be a part of is one that ought to be replicated. Rosalind Jackson invited me once to be part of a program called Enter My World. It was held at the Barbados Hilton. I arrived at the Barbados Hilton along with some others. One of those persons is the retired program manager at Starcom Network. There was also a hotel general manager, and there were some others who were thought at the time to be, who could be influencers. But Madam Deputy Speaker, I got to the Hilton, and Park came into the foyer in the conference area, and I was paired with a lady who was in a wheelchair. And so I had to sit and move from that wheelchair. I did not realize until that day that the floor in the foyer at the Hilton is not perfectly level. When I heard the Honourable Member for St. Michael South speak to hitting your hands on doors, well, I went through a doorway, wheeling the wheelchair that I was in. And I'll tell you, Madam Deputy Speaker, when you hit your knuckles once, you never want to do it again. But that experience taught me and taught the others with me, because the person from Starcom to whom I referred taught for a living, but he was paired with someone who could not speak. And along with the hotel general manager, who was paired with someone who was blind, and who about 1:30 in the afternoon asked to get the blindfold removed because he felt as though he was losing his mind. I relate those experiences just to say to all of us that we must, as Barbadians, demonstrate a much greater sensitivity. It is true, like the Honourable Member for Christchurch South, when he remarked that often we do not really know what people or what everybody with a disability is actually going through. And I would really commend that program so that at least we can get a little bit of a taste. It will never be the full experience. It'll only be for maybe a couple of hours. But it changed my perception. And I believe it could do the same for many others. Now, this legislation, Madam Deputy Speaker, rights of persons with disabilities, is really legislation about inclusion, legislation about non-discrimination. And we have to recognize and locate this bill in that context. This bill speaks to treating all human beings in Barbados as human beings with capacity, with potential, with desire, with the need to feel fulfilled by participating fully in the life and all the experiences that come with living in this country called Barbados. It is really about building the good society. And I'm happy to be part of the Barbados Labour Party government because I joined a party that has as its slogan, a better life for its people. It is not a better life for able-bodied, a better life for persons with disabilities, a better life for tall people, a better life for people who are not so tall. It is a better life for our people. A recognition that all of us, whether we hit our heads going through doors, or hit our knuckles going through doors, or hit our knees, because I realize that there's a lot of accommodation that needs to be done for a lot of different types of people. But this party recognizes that all of us are people. And so this bill, I also locate within the motto, slogan, vision, mission of this Labour Party in government. A better life for our people. And this bill, Madam Deputy Speaker, represents a significant step toward creating that better life for our people. I agree with the Honourable Member for St. James North that this bill will become regarded as one of those significant pieces of legislation in this country. And I give many, many, many praises to the Honourable Member for St. Michael South, the Honourable Member for St. Thomas, and of course, by no means least, the Honourable Member for St. James North, my neighbour, my current neighbour. My current neighbour. My current neighbour. I can say, Madam Deputy Speaker, in spite of those asides that I did not hear, that the Honourable Member for St. James North believes in inclusion. Because when I became the candidate for St. Peter, he reached out to me to say, I do this program, come and be a part of it. I do this program, come and be a part of it. So that when Madam Deputy Speaker, he is so involved in this, I can feel comfortable and I can say to Barbadians that the heart of the Honourable Member for St. James North is fully in inclusion, non-discrimination, helping people along. And I really have to applaud the Honourable Member for his hard work. Now, one of the ways in which people generally, but people with disabilities in particular, feel fulfilled is with respect to being able to be engaged in productive activity, particularly through employment. And as Minister of Labour, we recognize this right at the beginning of our tenure. As a matter of fact, before the beginning, because this was part of our manifesto output, and I'm really glad that the Honourable Member for Christchurch South took the approach that he did, well, most of it, because he helped create the manifesto of the Barbados Labour Party. He created it. He may not be as bad, Madam Deputy Speaker, as people think he is, as an increasing number of people think he is. Because he was part, and I have to say this on his behalf, he was a part of crafting the manifesto of the Barbados Labour Party. Both of them, 2018 and 2022, signed off, and lawyers, attorneys at law don't sign easily. They are very careful about what they sign. They sign to things that they agree to, and so I believe in. And so I am comforted that what is in the Barbados Labour Party manifesto that we bring to this honourable chamber, he is fully behind and will not renege on the sober commitments that he made back in his more enlightened days. But at the beginning of our tenure, we came to this honourable chamber and we spoke to, we debated, and we passed a bill to prevent discrimination in employment. The Employment Prevention of Discrimination Act, which it now is. And in that piece of legislation, Madam Deputy Speaker, I had the privilege of being able to present to this honourable chamber and to the country a list of areas where discrimination would be prohibited, where by law, employers, people in general in this country would not be able to discriminate on these particular grounds. And at clause P, or subsection P, is the word disability. And so this bill, the rights of persons with disabilities, is not a brand new. It is a reflection of the ethos of this Barbados Labour Party. It is a reflection of our soul. It is a reflection of how we feel about people, and it is the climax, because this bill takes the clause in the bill that I brought to a whole different level. And so it shows a progression. It shows that what we do in this government are not one-off things. We are on a journey to make a better life for our people. In the ministry that I have the privilege to lead, we've also, pursuant to the statement by Prime Minister, Honourable Member for St. Michael Northeast, some months ago during 2024, we've gone to Cabinet and we have received the approval of Cabinet to expand Job Start Plus. Job Start Plus is a first jobs program. Originally conceptualized, and we when we say first jobs, we normally think of younger people. Originally conceptualized to address the significant level of youth unemployment in this country. Recognizing that young people were being asked to apply for jobs, and then were being asked for experience. But nobody ever gave them any experience to start. But that was the genesis and the gist of the program. Last year, we expanded Job Start Plus program, that first jobs program, to include people with disabilities. And I'm happy to share with this honourable chamber, Madam Deputy Speaker, that not only are people with disabilities now a part of the program, but the same hand-holding that I spoke to when I started this intervention in this debate, we have embedded into the program the component of Job Start Plus, which speaks to people with disabilities. So that, for example, Madam Deputy Speaker, there is a provision for providing a grant after investigation and screening and certain commitments, providing a grant of up to $5,000 for micro businesses or small businesses or businesses in the third sector, organizations, employing organizations in the third sector, who may need to retrofit, and that is not a fancy term, that is the term. Those who may need to retrofit and to make certain adjustments and amendments and to change out things or to purchase equipment. There is the provision in the cabinet approval for that program that $5,000 will be made available, up to $5,000 will be made available. Madam Deputy Speaker, that is because we recognize that this movement to cause all of Barbados and the world to recognize that people with disabilities are people may need some assistance so that it is a two hands clapping kind of a situation. There are some small, very small employers who we may have to help along. And so this government is not about beating up people, making people feel shame about things. Those who need the assistance will get the assistance. We also have in the program, Madam Deputy Speaker, the provision of up to $2,500 for products that are considered assistive technology. Another component of Job Start Plus as it relates to small and micro and third sector employers who will want to take up the responsibility, the moral responsibility to employ persons with disabilities. Now, I should also mention, and I think the Honourable Member for St. James North touched on this, and I'm not getting too much into education, but I always remember that I am here not because I have been asked to manage or to lead, to be policy lead for a ministry. I am here because the people of St. Peter sent me here. And the people of St. Peter are proud of the All Saints Primary School. As a matter of fact, they call it the college on the hill. My predecessor, as Member of Parliament, attended that school. His opponent in his latter terms attended that school. I did not attend. I thought I could lose the election because I hadn't attended. But I had to claim the fact that my father attended and taught there. He took me to school at Black Bess. But at the All Saints Primary, there is a fantastic example of how students with special needs can work and play and coexist hand in hand with those who may not consider themselves as wanting special needs. And so in the playground, on the playing field, at All Saints, everybody is together. At sports, and I can tell you, because last year's sports, I saw the last couple of races at Mahayaka in Spikestown. And some of those persons from the special unit are real fast. Real fast. And I tell you that family environment is one that says to students across ability ranges, it says to the teachers at the school, and it says to all of us from St. Peter and those from St. Lucie and St. Andrew who send their children there as well, that we are all human beings. We have different abilities, but we are all human beings. And that is something that needs to be embedded from that age, from school age. Because as school children, and this was mentioned earlier in some intervention, school children can be very cruel. It is important that from school age, from primary school age, our children recognize that we are all human beings. We may look different, sound different, walk different, but we are all human beings. And I know that to be the case because my mother, one of my mother's favorite students, or the one that she talks about all the time at home, is one of the persons mentioned by the Honourable Member for St. James North. And my mother would come home at least once a week to tell me about the goodly senator, the gentleman from the other place whose surname is Boyce. And some of the stories she told me included how children would be fighting among themselves to get the opportunity to help to lift him up the stairs at Roland Edwards. And I just think, when I think of All Saints and I think of his experience at Roland Edwards, I realize that if we are in a similar space, we can come to know, understand, and love and appreciate each other. That is what we ought to do. This bill, the Rights of Persons with Disabilities bill, is built on that kind of a foundation. And we ought to applaud that, because that means that our country will be moving forward, it will be progressive, and it will recognize the humanity, the essential humanity of all of us. But Madam Deputy Speaker, before I sit, I need to say something about Social Security. Now, Social Security is one component of social protection. It is an important component of social protection. And this matter of Social Security is one that this government also takes very seriously. And so our Prime Minister announced that from October of 2024, we would add some categories to persons who are entitled to non-contributory pensions. And I am pleased, Madam Deputy Speaker, to say that this government does not just talk about things, this government does things. And as the Honourable Member for St. Michael South always likes to say, promise made, promise kept. In October, 464 persons benefited from this non-contributory pension. We promised it, we kept it. I always thought, I grew up hearing that a promise is a comfort to a fool, until I joined the Barbados Labour Party. Until I joined the Barbados Labour Party. I feel a little sorry for those who have left. But I say, Madam Deputy Speaker, that in November, I said that 464 persons benefited. I should have said that there are 291 minors and 173 adults. In November, 646 persons benefited. Persons were still registering. 416 minors, 230 adults. And in December, last month, the number of adults remained the same, but there were a few additional minors registered. And so 653 persons benefited from the non-contributory pension. The payments so far under that program, a program which says there are persons who are not able to work, not able to function to earn a living, but who have expenses, and who in some cases have greater expenses, greater essential expenses, let me say that, greater essential expenses than those who consider themselves to be fully able. Those persons cannot be left behind. And so the total amount paid to the persons I mentioned over the 3 months so far, $1,216,000. That is the commitment of a government to the uplifting of those considered vulnerable in our society. That is what this Barbados Labour Party government is all about. We are about putting our money where our mouth is. We've come into office and we've said government and governance is about choices. The Democratic Labour Party chose to do things other than educate our young people at tertiary level. they made choices. They did not think that young people who wanted a tertiary education should be able to get it free at the point of delivery. So they withdrew that. They prefer to spend the money doing other things. They did not realize, it appears to me, and tell the truth, Madam Deputy Speaker, I have to put it this way because I would hate to think that they did realize that rich people's children will always get educated. They pay and send their children to Canada and UK and United States and all these other places, these fancy places, you know. But it is ordinary people. I do not know if persons, including people with disabilities, would be able to get education if we had continued that. But politics and government is about choices. This Barbados Labour Party government chooses to spend money on people with disabilities. It chooses to come into Parliament and spend time debating a bill on the rights of persons with disabilities. We make choices. There is a component of this bill, and I'm concluding, which I think merits, and this is the lash area. The Honourable Member for St. James North spoke to it to some degree. The matter of concealing people with disabilities. You know, they used to be in the house, you can't come out, people are embarrassed to let relatives see that you have someone with disabilities. This bill includes a sanction for any parent or guardian, and this is at section 86. Any parent or guardian who conceals a person with a disability to the extent that they are deprived of benefits such as the one I just spoke to, non-contributory pension, or any other benefit. If that happens, this government, through this bill, sees that as such a bad thing that that person on conviction could be sentenced to a fine of $5,000. Such is how we see this matter of bringing all people into the open so that everybody in Barbados can benefit from everything that there is to benefit from in this country. And I think that is a very good inclusion. I know the Honourable Member for Christchurch South spoke about insurance. One of the larger issues in insurance is healthcare. I know that the Honourable Member for Christchurch South is not known to peruse very carefully the estimates. But, you know, in this house, we try to help one another. We try to help one another. Not just people with disabilities, we try to help everybody. I'd just like to say that this country, and again, this has to do with our choices in terms of how we spend our money. While not a perfect institution, our Queen Elizabeth Hospital provides health care for all of our people. Almost $250 million is spent providing health care for persons. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I am not suggesting that insurance is not important. I am saying to us in this honourable chamber, to you, and to Barbados through you, that the QEH, in terms of our health care, about $250 million, our polyclinic system, in which we spend about $50 million every year, the Barbados Drug Service, these are just examples of this government's approach to providing for the care of all people, including people with disabilities. And so, Madam Deputy Speaker, recognizing that I have overstayed my time in terms of my allotted time, allow me just to restate that this bill is transformative. This bill speaks to essential humanity. This bill speaks to that, what we refer to as the golden rule. It is a statement that Jesus himself made when he walked on this earth. The fact that we ought to treat people like how we would want to be treated. The statement that God made, well, the implication based on Cain's statement that we ought to be our brothers and our sisters' keeper. This Barbados Labour Party government is fully rooted and grounded in those two fundamental principles. This bill that I have the honor to support this afternoon, this evening, is a bill that is built on those principles. And so, Madam Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the people of St. Peter, and there are a number of persons with disabilities there, including one gentleman who's a good friend of mine, who cannot earn because he's in St. Peter. And on behalf of all human beings who recognize their humanity, I have the honor to support, fully support, this bill, the rights of persons with disabilities, and to commend it to this honorable chamber. I'm obliged to you.
Honourable Member for St. Philip West.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. You know, I rise this afternoon to support this bill as a very proud member of this government, this Barbados Labour Party government, who has determined that we have to make it right, we have to make it possible, and we have to make it easier for persons with disabilities to participate as full and equal citizens in this country that we call our own. And I think, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the day that those of us who have the privilege and the honor to serve in this honorable house, the day that we forget or do not recognize that looking out for the good of all is good for all, that's the day that we have lost our way. And ma'am, I want, as I open and use this short period of time I have, to commend the work of the honorable member for St. Michael South, for St. Thomas, as well as the honorable member for St. James North. In different ways and as part of a whole of government approach, you have all worked together to make sure that this bill gets to this place with the level of quality that is before us. And as I look at this bill, it answers 4 questions. It answers the questions, what does this country stand for as it relates to persons with disability? It answers, who will we stand by in terms of persons with disability? It says, what does our culture of caring look like? And 4th, it says, what is the environment we will create where all can thrive? And while this bill speaks to all 4 of these, I want to carry these same themes into how specifically, as it relates to education, we are seeking to respond to persons with disability. Our education system, Madam Deputy Speaker, it really and truly must cater for all, from nursery to primary to secondary to tertiary. And we see in this honorable chambers, in the galleries, a number of persons with disabilities who have benefited from this system and who probably could have benefited more had this system treated to them differently. Now, when you ask us as a government, what is it we stand for in education as it relates to persons with disabilities and to all persons who will come through this system? We stand for a fair, inclusive, relevant, and modern system that will remain open, will remain facilitating, and will remain a sustainer of opportunities that will not only include our persons with disabilities, but seek to do better at engaging them and supporting their achievement. You know, this bill in sections 27 through to 33, it lays out specifics with regards to education. It speaks to the right to education of persons with disability, free primary and secondary education, and trained teachers. It speaks to the duty of the educational institutions. It speaks to the integration of persons with disabilities into the mainstream of schools, not separating them out or ostracizing them in cases where, in fact, they can be part and integrated into the mainstream schools. The bill speaks of what we are to do with regards to special education, with regard to accessibility to all types of assessments, and with regards to adult education. All of these are covered in this bill, and I will not go through each one. But what I will say is that this is a comprehensive approach, which we as a Ministry of Education, Technological and Vocational Training, we wish to ensure that education transformation takes into account every single aspect that is contained in this bill as it relates to education. It is part of a government moving as one, and all of our ministries seeking to make sure that we are in alignment with the whole philosophy of this government. And the question of who will we stand by, we will stand by all stakeholders and shareholders in the success of education. And that includes those who are both adult and child learners, those with disabilities and those without. And it is our learners, be they adult or child, who must be at the center of our system. And we will stand by every single child, regardless of ability, who is looking to have a brighter future. That is part of the values of this Barbados Labour Party government. And I think perhaps the richest part of this is what should the culture of caring look like as it relates to persons with disabilities. Madam Deputy Speaker, if I am to be honest, the reality is that our system, our overall society, and in particular our education system, has not always served persons with disabilities in the best way possible. And Madam Deputy Speaker, we have to do better. And I want to share with you some of what we need to do as a society as well as an education system, and how this relates to what we are seeking to do with education transformation to ensure that we have better outcomes for all of our children, all of our learners, be it children or adults. First of all, we have to start with being kind, because the culture of caring for all within the education system, including persons with disability, has to start with kindness. And that means that you have to have the right mind for people with disabilities. I am sure, Madam Deputy Speaker, you will recall going to school and that not all people would treat persons with disability kindly. And you heard the Honourable Member from St. Peter speak of persons being treated well and of persons being treated not so well within our school system. And I think that what we need is to have that uniformity of kindness across the system. And oftentimes when we have seen those students who have treated persons with disabilities unkindly, a child often lives what it learns. And the education must not only rest within the schools, but the education has to rest across all of societies. And it has to be a shared national value that all of us have value. We have also, in addition to the mind, we also have to give time. And I'm proud to say, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the disability advocates who have been a part of the conversation that has led to the policy and to this bill, they have been in constant conversation with the Ministry of Education. I was speaking to one of them earlier today who's in the gallery. They have not only been on selection committees for a number of consultancies that will come up as part of the education transformation, including the revision of the Education Act and for a new inclusive education policy, but they have also been a part of the team that is helping us to shape what a new and improved Education Act must look like if it is to include and be responsive and respectful to persons with disabilities. And I'm happy to tell you, ma'am, that we're in the final stages of the procurement process to complete the consultancy that will revamp our Education Act. And that we expect that by February, ma'am, that consultancy should be off and running. And we expect that by the end of this year, if all goes well, we should have a more modern Education Act that includes the concerns of all persons with disabilities. The process has begun. And as part of that culture of caring, not only the mind and the time and the listening and the working with people, we really and truly need to change our behaviors. And there are many aspects of this bill that speaks to the behaviors that will be expected, be it discrimination or other things, but we too, within the education system in particular, we too need to address those behavioral aspects that will truly make a difference in the experience of persons with disabilities within our system. So what is the environment that we need to create within education? Now, ma'am, I am proud to say that starting in September of 2024, we brought on board a consultant to help us build out a new inclusive education policy. We are expecting that that policy will be concluded by April, and we can expect over the next several months that there will be consultations across stakeholders to understand what an inclusive education policy should look like. What should we include, and how indeed we want to anchor it in the way that we do a transformed educational approach. As part of that inclusive education policy, ma'am, there are 4 pillars that we are considering. And we are still open at this point if there are any others who believe we have missed anything. We are looking at access, we're looking at accommodation, we're looking at attention, and we're looking at achievement as it relates to the overall inclusive educational environment. I want to say that at this point in time, we expect that this inclusive education policy will cover persons with all kinds of exceptionalities. Persons with disabilities are a subset within persons with exceptionalities, because persons with exceptionalities can include those with physiological challenges or disabilities, those who have psychological challenges, those who have communication challenges, those who have learning challenges, those who have challenges with neurodevelopment. These are the areas that are part of the protocols or the classifications that we will use And this, the exceptionalities, not only include students within our system who may have disabilities, learning and cognitive and other disabilities, but those who are gifted. So often we forget that an exceptionality within our education system is on all sides of the spectrum, both sides. Those who have some type of deficit or challenge or disability, and those who are gifted. And it is the intention of this inclusive policy to cover the full gamut. I also want to say that as we take a very comprehensive approach to how we will do inclusive education in Barbados, we are looking to enhance the special education needs section of the Urdeston Teachers Training College. In fact, that process has already begun. We recognize that we must do expanded professional development for teachers and school leaders, because a school that does not have that family environment, such as the member from St. Peter described, and where it is not led in a way that makes space for all students. If we do not have school leaders and teachers that ensure that this happens within the environment, it will only be talk. We therefore need to make sure that they are sensitized, that they're trained and they're provided with the skills and the tools and the knowledge to make a conducive environment in schools that is a conducive environment for all. In addition, part of our comprehensive approach to inclusive education, it includes early identification system. These are diagnostic programs in collaboration with the Ministry of Health and Wellness, as well as with private partners. We are continuing to build out those diagnostic programs so that we can ensure that where we have persons with exceptionalities within our system, that we're best able to diagnose and make the right kinds of interventions. You heard earlier about assistive devices. Included in this year's estimates, we have included additional resources for assistive devices for those persons who have special needs. We have expanded the number of special needs officers within the ministry. We've moved from 1 to 8 so far, and we are continuing to make sure that the ministry itself has the right kinds of resources. When it comes to the infrastructure of our schools, when it looks at accessibility, I have to say thanks to Senior Minister Duguid and others who have worked with us. And, pardon me, and, oh, sorry, the member from Christchurch West, who has worked with our ministry along with other experts to ensure that there was a design program for schools that now will ensure that going forward, any major refurbishment, repairs, or new builds of schools must be fully accessible to all. And I wish to say thank you so much for the support that has been given the ministry, because it has certainly put us on a different trajectory as it relates to infrastructure. That is only one aspect. The individualized education plans, we have started the process of working on those. And a member earlier asked about Alma Paris. Madam Deputy Speaker, I am proud to announce that we will be reopening Alma Paris. We know you, Deputy Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, has been asking for that on an ongoing basis, and so that you know that it is real. We have had our meetings with the unions. We have selected the students who will be the very first. All of those students have now had their diagnostic tests completed. We have identified the teachers who would be a part of that environment. The board of the school has already been selected, and they have received their instruments. And indeed, the school itself is being prepared. What is important too is that the individual educational plans for every single one of those children will be in place. We are working with the manufacturers now to make sure their uniforms are ready. And so, Madam Deputy Speaker, when I say that the school is about to reopen, we have put much of the preparatory work in place, and I promised the unions that we would make the announcement together as to what date we will reopen, and I will keep that promise to them. But I just thought, in response to a member's earlier question, I would reassure this honorable House that indeed Alma Paris will be reopened, and that is the school for special needs, which you know, Madam Deputy Speaker, and for the benefit of those who do not, it is a school that will address the matter of special needs. As you know, that school was opened back in 1995 and it was closed under the last government, not this Barbados Labour Party government, back in 2017. At that time, the reason that I am told it was closed is because of a decline in the student roll. But our statistics have told us that over the last several years, there has been an increase in the number of students who are presented with special needs. And therefore, we need to expand our capacity, expand our spaces. And while our inclusive approach to education says, indeed, that we wish to the extent possible to integrate all students with special needs into the mainstream schools, we also recognize that there are some students that, even if it is for a short time, might need to be pulled out of the mainstream school, treated too specially to suit their needs, with a view towards reintegrating them at some point in time, or at least providing an alternative path to education that will allow them to get the kind of outcomes that they're seeking. Madam Deputy Speaker, I am getting ready to wind up because I know that my time is close. I just want to say that as we seek to prepare all students for the real world, which is really what the education system is about, how do we prepare our learners for the real world? Whether that real world for them is the real world that after school they will study, whether the real world is that after they have left our high schools, for example, that they will be able to work or start businesses or contribute in any significant way. We have to continue to ensure that this system, it serves us all and provides a bright future for every child who aspires. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm obliged to you.
Our member for St. James.
Thank you so much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I will not detain the chamber long. I just want to sincerely state that I am really very proud to be part of a group of leaders and representatives in this House who have such a deep care for those with special needs and who are prepared, even in the face of challenging economic times, even in the face of coming out of an IMF program, that we understand the priority that we need to give to people with special needs and to ensure that their needs, all of their needs, are included in what we do. And that, to me, speaks of a heart of care and a commitment to making life better for all of our people. I had the opportunity to speak in the other debate and would have shared a number of things with the Honourable Chamber at that time. And today, I just want to focus on maybe one or two issues that I think will be of importance as we continue on this journey to caring for the people among us who have special needs and therefore need our special help. I believe today the Honourable Member for St. James North, the Honourable Member for St. Michael South, and the Honourable Member for Christchurch South mentioned the importance of the mindset that we have as a people. And I believe the Honourable Member for St. Peter shared quite compassionately about the attitude that parents sometimes have when they are confronted with the challenge of having to care for a child with special needs. Every parent, every person who gets pregnant, every person who expects to be a father does not prepare themselves for having a child with special needs. And this can often be a shock, a challenge that some parents have difficulty in overcoming the challenge and coping with the new reality that they're faced with. Some have done extremely well in terms of adjusting, in caring for that child, in providing for that child. But there are some who have not been able to make that grade. And I believe that part of going forward in terms of working through what else we need to do in the interests of people with special needs, that we need to be able to put in place sessions and provision to help families make the adjustment, to provide the counseling support, to provide the extra assistance that they need. I know one of the things that has been a major challenge, and it was shared by the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central when he was speaking about special needs situations, that the major care of a parent of a child with special needs is who is going to care for this child after I'm gone, when I'm no longer here. That this is a deep fear, that the cost of raising and responding to the needs of children with special needs is very often beyond the ability of the average person. And therefore, the absolute need for us as a community to be able, one, to provide the non-contributory pension, that's the first step. The second step is what was shared by the Honourable Member for St. Philip West, that we have to provide them with the necessary education, that wherever possible, we do all that we can to enable them to be able to manage their lives and to be able to either work or start a business, that there are things that they can do, but it cannot happen unless we do the work outlined by the Honourable Member for St. Philip West, that you do the assessments, that you provide the individual learning plans, and that you have teachers who are properly trained to be able to help that child find that area of ability and develop it and be able then to take it to the marketplace so that they can contribute to looking after themselves. And this is very important. What I have been impressed with, having come to the ministry since January, really was to see how the staff at the Ministry of Education have deeply internalized the idea that we need to do more and we need to do better for our children with special needs. And I've seen an energy and a commitment to putting in place all the necessary things that we need to do in order to make that learning experience better. And so one of the things that gave me great pleasure at graduations last year, was the fact that a number of the tertiary institutions also recognize that education for people with special needs cannot stop at secondary. It must go on to tertiary and properly equip them to engage the economic activity of this nation and be a part of its economic growth. And so at the graduations, we saw a number of students who graduated having been able to master a number of technical subjects. But what was heartwarming was the loud clapping and praise and support, additional support that was given to those students when they came up to receive those certificates. And I want to sincerely congratulate them because it would have been a very, very difficult road for them. But what I am especially pleased about is that each of those institutions at the tertiary level are also looking at what it is they need to do in this coming year's budget to be able to further facilitate people with special needs. And so a number of them have put in for infrastructural capacity to be able to make their buildings more accessible, to allow those children with special needs to be able to participate in as many activities as they can. And I'm happy to also report that the Samuel Jackman Prescott Institute, they are putting forward to be able to do special training for children with special needs, looking at things like home economics, joinery and carpentry, and looking at what are some of the skills that they can acquire and be a part of what is happening in terms of growth in Barbados, in terms of the construction building boom. How can we help them become a part of it? The young lady who earned her associate degree at the BCC got hers in marketing and social media, and therefore she is looking forward to the opportunity to be able to be employed in those areas. And I believe that this is something that we should applaud. Now, one of the things that is important in the process, and I believe the Honourable Member for St. Philip West had mentioned it, about the issue of teachers, and that Erdeston would have started that process. I'm happy to report to the country and to the Honourable Chamber that some 29 students, teachers, were trained in special needs, and then another 26 this year would have completed their training in special needs. What that tells us is that there's a greater interest by teachers in working with special needs children. That means that gradually we're having a society that is turned away from the idea of scorning people with special needs, or ignoring people with special needs, or saying that they can't manage or engage them. More and more teachers are stepping forward. And where did all of this start? Many years ago, more than 13 years ago, we had a special unit that was started at Charles F. Broome. And I asked permission from the speaker to be able to mention the name. One of the first senior teachers put in charge of one of the first special needs unit was a lady by the name of Mrs. Ori Wilson. At that time, there was not a lot of training in special needs, but what she had was heart, and what she had was passion for those children. And Mrs. Ori Wilson worked with those special needs children because this was the pilot, this was the prototype by which the government was doing first, try to see if we could go down the road of developing more and more units for special needs children. And she was entrusted with the responsibility to work and create an environment for those children to learn. Madam Deputy Speaker, it was a pleasure to hear her speak of her children, the love and compassion she had for them, her celebration of every single step of progress, regardless of what it was, whether it was tying a shoelace, whether it was repeating a sound, whether it was getting a piece of art done. She celebrated with each of those children every step of progress that they made. But more importantly, she inspired the other members of her team to bring the same love and the same compassion and the same energy to caring for those children. And one of the things that those children knew when they come to school was that they were loved, that they were valuable, that they were seen as having something to develop and something that is important. And I feel that one of the things that we need to do is to celebrate not only the people who would have been advocating on behalf of special needs people, but the early teachers who fought the fight with them, who responded and helped parents. Many of those teachers used to counsel parents who were struggling with coping with a child with special needs. Many of them left school and went to homes and sat with parents and helped them to cope. And I really want to recommend them for some type of recognition for the work and championing the cause of children with special needs. One of the areas, and this is the last item that I will share on this matter, one of the things that is of concern to me is that so often caregivers for people with special needs need a break. That the burden of carrying the care, especially if that care has a lot of heavy physical demands, it can be extremely challenging. In my own constituency, I have a father who every morning has had to lift his child to get the child to the special bus because the road where they live is really very bad. To take the vehicle up there would be to destroy it and put it out of use for others. And so every day he has had to lift his child, who is now at the age of 16 or 17. So just imagine what that would have been, and he's getting older. I think that one of the things that we have to look at going forward is how are we going to be providing for parents who have those types of challenges, as well as those who need a break, who need respite from the care, even if it's for a week, that they can recover and continue on the journey with their children. And I believe that if we can do that, that would also be part of what we need to do to create that inclusive and caring society. And so with that, Madam Deputy Speaker, I just want to congratulate the Honourable Member for St. Michael South for excellent work and his team. Thank them for being here today. The advocates on behalf of the special needs persons who were here and who fought that fight for quite a long time. To the teachers and the various ministries who are working assiduously to be able to put forward benefits for people with special needs. I just want to honor them and thank you for the opportunity of sharing.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I shall not detain the House, but I felt it necessary that I join in the debate, especially at this time where we're dealing with the rights of persons with the disabilities bill. Let me, first of all, thank the Honourable Member for St. Michael South, who has done, along with his team at the Ministry and all other stakeholders, this country a major service. It is important to recognize that when we are in our respective ministries, oftentimes people don't understand the amount of work that goes into getting bills to this honorable chamber, and especially at this time. And therefore, he has to be commended for the tremendous work, like I said, he and the other members of the team would have put into this bill. It is also, and I also have to recognize the honorable member for St. James North, who has also been a great champion of the rights of persons with disabilities, and who's gone out of his way to ensure that this bill too is here today. But his diligence in these matters, especially matters pertaining to the disabled community, cannot be discounted. And therefore, I would want to place on record as well the thanks. I do so not only in my name, but the people of St. Michael West Central, because I have in my constituency, their individuals and their persons with disabilities. And therefore, anything to improve the lot of those persons must be commended. And they too, when I speak on their behalf, of course, and in their name. Were it not for them, I couldn't be here. But it is important that we recognize the significant work that has gone into this bill that will certainly help to advance the plight of the disabled community in Barbados. I believe, Madam Deputy Speaker, it was back in December of 2006 when the United Nations at the 61st session of the UN had agreed to the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. And it was later, I believe, it came into force, I believe, some 2 years later, I believe in 2008. But what is significant is that this bill sets out the parameters, and it follows very closely with the international standards that most countries have been following with respect to dealing with persons with disabilities, ensuring that we protect, that we ensure that we promote, and that we ensure that they enjoy what I would consider to be the full and equal enjoyment of rights, human rights, I may add, and freedoms associated with persons with disabilities. Of course, this is out of respect for the dignity, and therefore I felt it was necessary to join this debate. I also would not wish to leave, and I said I'll be very brief, this debate at this time without putting on record the Barbados Labour Party's position. And I certainly do so because when I was chairman of the Transport Board, going back to 2003, 2008, there were a number of initiatives that we had introduced, and certainly as chairman of the board, with the concurrence of the government and the cabinet of the day, that we had implemented a number of policy positions that to this day still stand firm. And I speak, of course, the fact that when we had to buy, when we were faced with the challenges associated with a bus shortage because we didn't have enough buses within the fleet. The government of the day, based on the policy undertaken when I was chairman of the Transport Board, along with the board members, that a fleet replacement policy would have to be implemented not only to regulate and to ensure we don't buy 100 or 200 buses at one go, because that wasn't sustainable, but the fact that with every bus purchase, the government of the day, we agreed, as a Barbados Labour Party government, that a portion or allocation of those buses would be for the disabled community. And I think it's fair to say that we have seen the results of that. Of course, post-2008, the policy would have disintegrated, and clearly, obviously, a lot of what we would have put in place as a government in terms not only of a fleet replacement program, but to ensure that we have a number of buses within any new bus purchase exclusively for the use of the disabled community. I also might add that at the time those buses were equipped with the hydraulic features for wheelchair access, and as a result of the wheelchair access, we were able to even move more persons, obviously, within the disabled community. I might also add that back then, the policy of the government was also that we bought some additional, what we call the sprinter units, the Mercedes-Benz sprinter units, which allowed for persons with disabilities to be transported across Barbados. We referred to it as dial-a-ride back then. Again, that would have been a victim post-2008, and that program would have been scrapped. Certainly, when I returned to the Transport Board as chairman in 2019, again, when we were purchasing, and at that time, I had the honor to introduce the first set of electric buses into Barbados. We applied the same policy position that with every bus purchase, there will be a dedicated allotment for the disabled community. But within the new electric fleet of buses that were introduced into Barbados, they had what you call the kneeling, the hydraulic technology, which allowed for the buses to obviously go down to the pavement, or what we call the sidewalk, and to allow for wheelchair access for them to be rolled in to the electric bus in a very secure and a very safe way. And I felt it was absolutely necessary that as we are engaged in this debate, that we put the record of the Barbados Labour Party into Hansard, recognizing that we have done a lot of work in terms of promoting, especially as it relates to transport in Barbados. We've done a lot of work with respect to helping the disabled community. Of course, Madam Deputy Speaker, there's a lot more that can be done, and I am sure, based on everything that I've heard today, with respect not only to the buildings, to schools, to the environment, that our record will even continue to be one of significance as we continue our drive to helping the disabled community. And I think it was absolutely necessary, Madam Deputy Speaker, that I stand in defense of that policy, not because I was part of the Transport Board at the time, but also because I believe it's absolutely necessary that we recall what we've done and the continued works. And I know that with the ongoing and additional purchase of electric buses by the Honourable Member for St. Michael Southeast, that we will ensure that we continue with all the necessary policy directions that we've started as a government, like I said, going way back when we were in office, going all the way back to 2003. So I stand here in not only support of this bill, but also to give it my full support, not only respect of those persons with disabilities, but also sending a clarion call that Barbados as a society must continue to be very inclusive. We have to ensure we respect the rights of the disabled, we have to respect the interests of the disabled, and we have to ensure that at all times we do what is humanly possible to further integrate the persons with disabilities in our community. And I also want to say and recognize all those involved in philanthropy, because a significant number of persons in Barbados have given very quietly to the development of institutions and organizations with persons associated with disabilities, and they don't go on to the public record because oftentimes they don't want their names to be called out. But I believe from this place, it is time that we recognize those persons, not publicly necessary, who have been involved in philanthropy in support of the disabled community. And therefore, Madam Deputy Chair, I said my intervention was going to be very brief. I thank the Minister and his team for bringing this bill. I thank them in the name of the people of St. Michael West Central. Like I said, there are some persons within our community that have disabilities. We have benefited from, obviously, from ramps to get people to their houses within the constituency. There are a lot of other works that the National Disabilities Units and other agencies, including welfare and so on, have helped persons and continue to help persons in the community. Of course, as we grow the economy and things get better, I am sure that even more money will be allocated to help drive and to support the necessary measures and initiatives to support the disabled communities. But I want to go on record to thank the Honourable Member for St. Michael South and his team, as well as the Honourable Member for St. James North, who's done an incredible amount of work to support the disabled community. And of course, all other members in here who will be supporting the resolution, the bill, sorry. And therefore, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm much obliged.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I know the evening is late. I believe I may be the last speaker in this debate for this afternoon, but I do think it is important for me to lend my voice, having already spoken on the policy when it came a few weeks ago. I don't think that perhaps even the persons within the disabled community or the rest of Barbados could have expected that this administration, having promised that it would bring the policy on disabilities, would follow so shortly thereafter with another promise of being able to bring the actual legislation that would govern the framework under which we have been discussing today. I want to take the opportunity, first of all, to congratulate the Honourable Member for St. Michael's South and also to his team, to applaud the work which they have done. I think the entire cabinet, the entire parliamentary group has been much wiser than they perhaps may have been initially as a result of the work and the efforts that they have made. We have had several discussions in relation to this topic and been given the opportunity as well as a government to be able to input into a lot of the recommendations that have been made, and certainly in relation to the actual legislation. I could not let this debate go, however, without mentioning in particular the Honourable Member for St. James North, who has been an advocate for many years, as well as also demonstrated his commitment as the chairman of the advisory committee as well, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think that having served with the Honourable Member when we were in opposition, and having had to watch, rather, him being subjected to taunting by members of the other side at various occasions, and I know members who would have been in that time would be well aware of what I speak. I marveled at his commitment to representing people with disabilities, even when others on the other side were taunting him for sometimes his stammer at times. And what it shows is that, you know, we come to public life to change things. And despite sometimes the cut and thrust of politics, there are some things that we must remain grounded in relation to. And the Honourable Member for St. James North has done that. I think that as he leaves office in due course, I think this will certainly be one of the things that he is remembered for in terms of his contribution and his advocacy over the years, because he was relentless in his defense of people with disabilities, drawing to the attention of the then government what was necessary in order to change the current trajectory of where we were. And he has had the opportunity through this administration to be able to not only lend his voice, but also from his legal background to also impart into the shaping of this legislation. And I know that we owe him a debt of gratitude in terms of the commitment. Also to you, Madam Deputy Speaker, as former minister in this ministry, I know that you would also have spoken not only on behalf of the disabled community, but also in consideration of the disabled elderly in particular. And not only from personal experience, but also from having had the experience of your elderly family who may have had disabilities as well, and others in the community whom you have supported. So within this government, we have all, I think, been touched and certainly blessed by being shaped by persons who have had disabilities or still have disabilities, who have been able to provide us with that insight that is necessary to understand what we are here to do and what are the changes that we have come to make. I'm also pleased with the performance of the Honourable Leader of the Opposition today, because on the last occasion, and I think today as well, he acknowledged that, he was not as familiar with this subject area as perhaps he ought to be. But I am pleased that he equipped himself today, and certainly over the last few weeks, with the knowledge that was necessary to deliver in the way that he did, to not only support the legislation, but also to, raise a couple of recommendations in terms of the way forward and how we should do things. And so, when it is necessary, Madam Deputy Speaker, to throw a few lashes, I will do so, but I equally will acknowledge on occasion when the Honourable Leader of the Opposition does the right thing as well. I also want to thank the people who would have been here this morning with varying disabilities. I think, again, this is an eye-opener for all of us in terms of what it takes for people with disabilities not only to make the trip here, but also to come up in the elevator, to be able to be ably assisted by a number of persons, to be able to make sure that their wheelchairs are properly accommodated in the space. It certainly, for me as leader of the House, has also made me more aware of the fact that perhaps the clerk, myself, the Management Commission, and the Honourable Prime Minister may need to look at what other accommodations we can make going forward to make sure that that process of persons who have wheelchairs, for instance, or other assisted devices are able to move seamlessly in and out of the House of Parliament. I was on holiday with my father recently in Orlando, and we visited Epcot Center. And my father's a very proud man, doesn't like the idea of a wheelchair on most days, but because obviously it was easier to move him around at a huge park in that way, he complied. And of course he would listen to me, because not that he has a choice, but he complied in the wheelchair. We couldn't book the mobility device because we'd gone there late in the afternoon. But what was interesting is that there was provision for persons who were elderly, persons who had disabilities, to be still a part of what we would consider an activity that ordinarily people who have disabilities would not participate in. So I was able for the first time in my father's 83 years to be able, because Dad has had a stroke many years ago. Fortunately, it was not that severe, but he still has some challenges in terms of the after effects, as most people would know of strokes. And he was able, at the facility with the use of the wheelchair and the other assisted devices, to be able to participate in the activities. He was also able, I think, too, for him to see, as an elderly person and one who has been part of making laws in this country as well, the seamless way in which the rest of the world, the developed world, has made it easier for people with disabilities to be integrated into day-to-day life. And for the first time, he was able to go on a simulation machine. I was telling the Honourable Member for St. George North earlier about the experience, because it is interesting that at his age and with his challenges, that the attractions in North America were able to provide an opportunity for him to enjoy himself. And it makes me recognize that even as we debate this bill, what we are doing is so significant and so transformational, because we have the potential with the incentives that are provided and the concessions within this piece of legislation to also inspire and encourage a number of our attractions to not only cater for people with disabilities on island so that they can be a part of these activities, but we also have an opportunity, and I'm happy that the Honourable Minister of Tourism spoke just now, to be able to allow people who are coming to the destination, in particular for the first time, to be able to have an experience on island that allows them to feel as though they are included as well. The ease of traveling through an airport with whether it's the wheelchair or the other automated device is a process that for persons who have disabilities has been made easier because of technology. It means that people who are old, people who have disabilities, now know that they can, with the appropriate technology, travel to another country, and in those other countries be able to access these types of devices. Equally, what we are doing today is setting Barbados on the same playing field as these other countries, where we encourage now, for the first time, the ability of people now to think outside the box and to create opportunities for persons who may have disabilities of any kind. We have been a party, Madam Deputy Speaker, that has always tried to embrace social inclusion. You know, whether it's been in terms of educational opportunities, making sure that we are inclusive, and you heard the Honourable Minister of Education earlier speak to a number of the initiatives that we have not only picked back up, because there was a lot of work that was done, certainly when, Madam Deputy Speaker, you were in the Ministry of Education, that we have had to come to office and pick up the pieces and kind of get things going again. And I speak obviously specifically of things like the testing that is being done now, and that has started back again to ensure that we're able to identify disabilities earlier. Because the earlier we identify, then we know what to do in terms of treating, and we know what to do in terms of support. Now, there was a period where, certainly when we came to office, that a lot of that testing had come to an end, or it was being done on a very minimal basis. And we have seen the result of not putting the resources to be able to include people. We have seen the result of not being able to provide the support that is needed for families to be able to feel as though they can be included and their children can be included in a society. But this party has looked at trying to include persons over the years, whether it has been as a result of housing initiatives, whether it has been the Freehold Tenantries Purchase Act, whether it has been in terms of the laws relating to succession, ensuring that even in relation to family law, that in particular that women were given greater rights and inclusion within our society. We have also in recent time tried to include vendors and to create a framework where people can feel included, that they don't have to feel like they're the outside entrepreneurs of our society. This Barbados Labour Party government has done that also in relation to child justice and the child protection legislation, making sure now that children also feel that they can be included, that they have rights, that they can go to the legal documents, they can go to regulations, they can go to the respective agencies, and they can be told and taught from the earliest age what are their rights. What we are doing here today is transformational. There's no question about that. We have moved as a government from, for instance, making people feel as though they would have to go to jail for a number of offenses. And instead, we have tried to introduce a number of administrative penalties. And why is that important, Madam Deputy Speaker? It is important because if you're trying to include people in a society, every time that you have to end up in jail because you didn't pay for child support, or you end up in jail because you have an offense which merits you going to jail by law, it also, in addition to cluttering up the system, it also makes that individual, who oftentimes is at the lower economic level of our society, it makes them feel as though they are inadequate. And this administration, in every piece of legislation since it has come to office, has ensured that we have looked at the legislation, we have tried to revise the legislation where necessary, and we have tried to introduce these penalties to make people feel as though they can be included within our society. We have also introduced the whole ticketing of offenses, as opposed to, as I said, having to make sure that certain people are only going down to the court system and cluttering up the system. We even went so far as to explore the people's assemblies, setting up a Thorn Commission to ensure that we could look at how do we include people in our society, making people, I said Thorn Commission, colleague. We did that, and we did so to be able to include as many people across the country as we possibly could in decision making. Because, you know, there's a saying, to whom much is given, much is expected. And so I often say that we consult and we consult and we consult to the point where sometimes it feels like we do consult too much. But we do so because we understand that our burden and our responsibility is greater than it has ever been. And unless we set up the structures that are necessary for people to be included and to weigh in on decision making, people will feel that we perhaps have too much power. And we understand what having power in itself requires of us to do, and we are doing our best to make sure that people feel included. So this bill that is before this House has received the input of a number of the stakeholders, some present here today, some that have passed on. But the one thing that is clear from the last few months is that there has been extensive consultation and inclusion of people from both sides of the political divide, persons who have worked tirelessly to make sure that this type of legislation would come to this place. I think I heard somebody say earlier that, you know, it's interesting that we have to enshrine these types of rights in a piece of legislation. But sometimes we get to a point in our history where if we don't put it in writing, people sometimes forget or take for granted that these rights are of right to a number of persons. And so this particular bill provides a number of the rights, but also the responsibilities that our society must use towards treating to each other and treating to each other in a better way. Now, I have responsibility for public transportation. And as the last speaker indicated, the former minister, he would have set the ball in motion when he was minister to ensure that we catered for persons with disabilities, that we ensured that our buses provided the necessary accommodation for persons with wheelchair access to be facilitated. The new set of buses that we will have in due course this year will also facilitate that provision for persons within the disabled community. But this legislation has also gone further in terms of ensuring that if people want to get into this particular sector of providing transportation, there is the provision to be able to apply for the necessary concessions through the Ministry of Finance to be able to bring in the necessary vehicles to be able to provide for the sector. Now, there's always the concern that there are not enough buses or there's not enough public transportation for persons with disabilities, and that is a fact. And even when we bring the new set of buses, there will still be a space for persons within our society, business persons, to be able to explore an opportunity to assist the National Disability Unit to be able to help to provide these services. But we've also gone a step further, because we've had over the last few months, we've had discussions with a number of service providers, people along the lines of the Lyfts and the Ubers, people who provide, like Pick Up Barbados, who provide services here in this country and who are looking to get into this market as well, who may want to explore as well providing a service where you can call up a taxi to your house through a service similar to an Uber or a Lyft or a Pick Up Barbados. And so we need to be open-minded enough to give the population options to be able to either wait on a government intervention or to be able to book a taxi that is equipped to be able to carry a person with a disability. And that allows them to be able to do their shopping, to be able to go to the supermarket, to be able to function in a way that everybody else in the developed world is able to function. Now, what does it entail? Because it's easy to say we must provide public transportation to persons with disabilities. But we also know we have limited resources. And when I think about what the next steps have to be, one of the things that has come out of our discussions with the chairman of this member for St. James North, the minister and others, is that we have to look at our sidewalks. We have to look at the ability of persons when they go into the town centers in particular, to be able to traverse those areas easier. And we are starting with the town centers because we feel that, we can go wide and we can try to do it in all of the communities, but we know with limited resources, sometimes you have to prioritize. And therefore, in the next financial year, the ministry will certainly be aggressively going after a sidewalk project. So this is an opportunity for all those masons, all those persons who are entrepreneurial, who may be interested in participating in that type of project, to be able to look out for when that tender arises, to be able to participate in a sidewalk project across the country. Because we need to be able to make sure that the standards that apply in other jurisdictions apply in Barbados. Because it makes no sense us providing additional provisional parking spaces in the city centers, but then when persons have to get out of the vehicle, that they have challenges exiting the vehicle and mounting the sidewalks because we haven't taken that into consideration. So in the next financial year, the disability community can expect, certainly from the ministry, an intention to be able to address those issues. One of the other things that the legislation does is it also confirms that obviously persons with disabilities cannot be denied the right to use public transportation. And when I think of this particular provision, it almost goes without saying that nobody should be denied the right to have access to public transportation. The fact of the matter is, though, that we have to improve some of the bus stops as well, because as we are building out under the CAF project and the Scotland District project, we recognize that especially in the rural areas, we take a lot for granted, but they do not have in a lot of the rural areas the proper bus stop facilities. You are pretty much right on the edge of the road, and then you're stepping into the road to be able to mount the bus. And so in the next financial year too, it is our hope that we can also explore being able to make better provisioning as we are building out the roads, to be able to have better facilities for persons who are going to be utilizing a number of our bus stops as well. And of course, this particular bill also addresses the issue of charging a higher sum to somebody who has a disability. I can't imagine the discussions that took place when this particular provision came up. I don't know if this is as a result of an experience that someone had, but it is almost frightening to think that somebody, because they have a disability, because they may have a wheelchair and they may have to get into a vehicle, put it in the back of a vehicle, that a driver will charge them a different fare, whether that is a PSV or otherwise a taxi, to be able to traverse on that vehicle. But we have found it necessary, no doubt, because of the consultation, to address this as a concern, so that if there is any doubt in anyone's mind as to whether they should do it or they shouldn't do it, it is clearly stated here that that is not something that this government and certainly the people of Barbados would expect of persons to charge those individuals higher fares. Obviously, if you have extra luggage or something like that, that is, we've increased the rates for the taxis, and we have said those are the things that we make allowances for. You make allowances in terms of discussions with the actual passengers. But to charge a person because they have a disability a higher amount of money, absolutely not. This bill also provides for a number of areas where it is clear that this administration recognizes that some money will have to spend in terms of making sure that we live up to the expectations of the disabled community. And in the area of education, obviously there's the educational aids that are going to have to be introduced and increased within the schools. I certainly am pleased to hear that Alma Paris is finally opening, and I look forward to finally being able to see the opening or having the first set of children being welcomed back there. It was a dire shame that that school closed and that there was no provision for some time for children who performed below a certain age, but also who had certain disabilities that required the necessary intervention. And we will have to spend some money to be able to play catch up, because we have lost, in some cases, an entire generation because of these delays. But we have started that process, and I know that the Honourable Minister and her team continue to try to find not only spaces for children who have disabilities in other institutions, private and otherwise, but I know that the focus is on creating or incentivizing rather, in private individuals to be able to take those children in. Certainly when I was minister, we opened up the whole bursaries portfolio to be able to allow children who had any form of special needs to be able to have us pay for them to be able to attend private institutions. And why? Because if we don't have the space in the public schools, if we don't have the capital to be able to inject to build out a school overnight, no child should be denied the opportunity to be able to attend an educational institution. And so we have had to put a lot into investing in making sure that our children are properly catered for. But Madam Deputy Speaker, there's one area that is still of concern to me. And I hope that as we go forward at the tertiary level, that we're able to hit the nail on the head. The schools like Ann Hill, Irving Wilson, they do an excellent job in catering to our children who have special needs. But when these children leave these institutions, we need to find a way to continue to engage them. And I say this because just up to this morning, one of the students that recently came out of the institution, the mother called and said, or messaged rather, and said, you know, I want to get my son doing something. And he's not the only one, or she's not the only mother that reaches out from time to time. They go through the system. We have to make sure as we're doing education transformation that we are creating an educational system that prepares them for the world, that we prepare them in terms of life skills, and that we prepare them in terms of whether they want to be entrepreneurs or whether they want to go into a workplace environment. But what we must ensure is that we follow these children because they are our most vulnerable children. And we need to be able to create an opportunity where they can spend longer in school, learning a trade, but maybe within the same facilities, being able to create some level of entrepreneurial activity where these children can be a part of. I know when I was minister, we had looked at the building, which is between the two premises of Irving Wilson and Ann Hill. I know that there was monies budgeted for it, and I would ask, obviously, that perhaps that be picked up again, unless there is maybe another location that could be found where a number of those children can continue their education, learning a skill. There was also improvements that we looked at making to the skills training component of the Irving Wilson School to ensure that children had the best tools to be able, and tools that are relevant to today in terms of technology, to be able to allow these children not to harm themselves, but to be able to survive and to be able to do things that certainly could benefit them and could make them a living. There were also things like the agricultural projects where many of the children who were not physically challenged could potentially, even if it's in and around the school plant, be in a position to grow crops and to be involved in agriculture. And I think we have to make a conscious effort now to be able to find and to create employment opportunities for a number of these young people who have disabilities, who have been being churned out of these institutions, but in some cases they're at home. Now, while this legislation, for the first time, obviously encourages the workplace environment across Barbados, the business sector, to take a different look at people with disabilities, we all know that, you know, the legislation also provides that they also have to look at their costs. And if the costs are too prohibitive, then it means that people will not be so compelled to make those changes. But at least the legislation provides the framework. And I suspect that because we have had such support on this bill, that the concessions and the incentives that now exist in the legislation that I would urge the business sector to come forward with the proposals to be able to retrofit your spaces to ensure that you can take more persons with disabilities, that we don't have to impose a quota on anybody, but rather that the quota is almost imposed by them because they are encouraged to have more persons with disabilities in the working environment. And working environment doesn't mean that it is simply the physical environment, but many of our persons with disabilities can work from home. Many people, we saw it during COVID, and certainly it has continued today where people can continue to be engaged. They don't have to be in a physical workplace, but they can work on the computer, they can submit things via email, and they can continue to work and to function in daily life. I am happy as well that the consideration was given to the retrofitting of housing and accommodation, and that there is no forcing of the ministers and the agency to be able to look at the retrofitting of homes, whether it's leased premises or otherwise. But why I think this is important is that I certainly have been advocating, and the Honourable Minister is well aware of this, for the concessions to be provided to be able to allow persons, whether elderly, whether persons with disabilities, to be able to retrofit their homes. Speaking as one who has an 83-year-old that I look after, I can tell you, Madam Deputy Speaker, that without brick bars and in large spaces in the event that a wheelchair has to come through, and to make sure that the level of tables and chairs are such that an elderly person can feel comfortable, or that in a bathroom space that they can maneuver with a commode, or that they are able not to have to step over a step as is the old time way in many of our units and certainly in many of the old accommodations, that these are things that we need a specific budget for. And I hope that in the next financial year that we can see those types of incentives for households generally to be able to do some retrofitting to allow for persons to remain in place within their homes, but also to be able to transform, as we speak so much about the elderly, to transform in particular our elderly disabled persons, but also persons generally with disabilities within the house environment. And so we may need to see, as the Act provides, that yes, there will be concessions if you apply to the Ministry of Finance, but maybe we need to be more aggressive in terms of if people can afford it, they apply, but also to encourage, for instance, in the housing units, to make sure that a lot of the elderly people who now have come downstairs, who have disabilities, who can no longer get upstairs to their bedrooms, that we can retrofit the bathrooms and we can retrofit their bedroom spaces and their kitchens to be able to allow them to remain in place, Madam Deputy Speaker. Now, I am also pleased by this legislation because it doesn't simply rely on resources from the Consolidated Fund to be able, or monies voted from Parliament, to be able to capitalize the fund that will help people with disabilities. A fund is now established, obviously, under this Act for the very first time, and it also provides that that fund is to be administered by what is now going to be called the Social Empowerment Agency, which will have a board of trustees. Now, we are in the year of regathering. We didn't get to do regathering 2 years ago, but we have the opportunity now with people coming back from overseas, but also persons who want to give back to Barbados generally. I would hope that the Honourable Minister of Tourism would also take this opportunity to engage with the member for St. Michael's South and to ensure that people know as they come home that and come to Barbados for the first time that there is such a fund, that there is such a fund and an activity that they can, if they wish, that they can support. A lot of the funds that will be raised, there is specific purposes in the actual legislation for which those funds will be used. And I think we need to make greater public education about what the fund will be used for. Just as people have the housing, the One Family program, and just as they support the Queen Elizabeth Hospital, and just as they may support from time to time initiatives in education, I believe that this is now a perfect opportunity for us to be able to utilize this fund to be able to let people be aware that it exists, but also that they can donate to this fund with a view to being able to provide, whether it is helping government to build out facilities, whether it is for the private sector to be able to access it to build out facilities for persons who have disabilities, whether it is to contribute to the capital expenses of projects undertaken by the government for the persons with disabilities, or whether it is to simply assist individual persons where they need contributions towards whether expenses or other ways where they have disabilities. I think that this is a good thing and it is to be commended. Obviously, it will have all of the usual checks and balances in terms of the accounting, and therefore, once persons provide, obviously, you will have the proper accounting in terms of how those funds are spent. But I think it is important that we take this opportunity under the Regathering banner to ensure that we are in a position to promote this and other initiatives as heavily as possible. Now, one last thing, Madam Deputy Speaker, two things I want to mention. The issue of public education and changing attitudes, I think, is as important in this debate as the bill itself. We need to teach more tolerance of people, tolerance of disabilities, tolerance of differences. A lot of the acts of violence and the nasty comments sometimes that arise between individuals is out of ignorance. And unless we take this bill and we promote it in such a way that we're able to educate or the youngest child in this country, but also people who are of a certain age group as well, then this will be lost in terms of what we intend in terms of the transformation. And so I believe that our attitudes have to change from within the public education system. We need to make sure that elements of this bill are certainly taught within schools where people acknowledge that these rights attend to people with disabilities, and don't leave it to chance that people figure it out along the way. Just as we have child rights, we have disabilities rights, and in due course we will have rights for the elderly as well. And therefore I feel very strongly that the teaching of tolerance is as important as this significant milestone today in the passage of this legislation. I would want that in the future that we can certainly look at additional support for caregivers. I think we recognize that caregivers sometimes have as hard a time as the persons sometimes who have the disabilities. And whether it is parents who reach out from time to time who have children with disabilities, or elderly persons who have become disabled for one reason or the other, whether through accidents or genetics, the challenge always seems to be the caregiver, and caregivers having to give up time, whether from work or other ways, to be able to look after that person. And I think that we need to pay greater attention to this, because I think we are losing a lot of productivity from our people as a result of people not having a structured way in which they can care for persons with disabilities. Many people need that outlet to be able to know that they can help that person for a few days of the week, but that they can get a break, whether it's somebody coming into the home or they're able to place the person, if they can, somewhere where they can be looked after. But again, the legislation creates an opportunity for people now to imagine and to reimagine a society where these types of opportunities could be created. Just as we think in terms of providing care for the elderly, equally, I think we have to look at providing care for persons with disabilities, as well as for caregivers to be able to have support system. Support, Madam Deputy Speaker, is critical in everything. And many of the people who support people with disabilities themselves, as I said, need the relevant support. I hope that coming out of this, more support groups for people with disabilities and their families can be created, just like you have Cancer Society and you have Heart and Stroke Foundation, that we can start to see the emergence of many more support groups to help people at different levels of disabilities. Perhaps the most recent disability that has been plaguing our country, though, is the one where I certainly encountered this quite a bit, and I'm sure some of my other colleagues do as well, which is where you have persons who have become disabled as a result of gun violence. And more we are seeing persons who, whether they were the intended victim or whether they were the unintended victim, succumbing to the gunshot wounds as a result of the gunplay, and they themselves having then punctured the lungs, the bullet has gone through the lungs. Sometimes I've had footballers who, they get shot in the foot, and now they can no longer play football, but they also can no longer walk. And these are certainly the realities that I am living in terms of persons with disabilities within my community. It isn't just the elderly disabled, it isn't just the persons who are born physically challenged, it is not just people with special needs. But the other category that I am seeing becoming more and more commonplace are persons who are injured as a result of being unintended victims. And they themselves, you know, were in the wrong place at the wrong time and now have to live a life where they have a disability for which it was not intended. And I can only say, Madam Deputy Speaker, you know, in closing that, you know, any disability is a bad thing, but one that certainly comes as a result of gunplay and is unintended is something that we must continue to condemn. Those persons who engage in these activities, these violent activities in our communities. I'm sure those of you in this chamber are well aware that in the last few days I had an incident in my community in Golden Rock, where individuals ran through the area with guns in a densely populated play park, with elderly people, with people with disabilities, a place, a space that is supposed to be a safe space, a place which has recognized people who died senselessly, from the Natman to Gus to all the others that died senselessly because somebody picked up a gun and just started shooting and didn't care where the bullet would land. You know, it hurts me to know that we would have had elderly people, people with disabilities who were trying to run away and scamper, but couldn't get away from the space that was created to remind people that these persons lost their lives, but also to remind them of the fact that they have been also good people that have come from the community, that have done well from that community as well. And so, Madam Deputy Speaker, that I believe is another area that we need to look at. And since many of those persons, you don't find the person who oftentimes is the perpetrator of the bullet, so it means that the state then has to take up the responsibility for caring for those individuals who end up disabled. And I believe that we have to look very closely at how we care for those individuals and put certain systems in place to be able to facilitate their care and support for their families. Because in many cases, if those individuals cannot work, they're not able any longer to be able to look after their families. And so, Madam Deputy Speaker, we have now turned the corner in terms of how we view disabilities generally. As I said, I think the categories have now widened, and it is no longer the traditional way in which we may have viewed it, but equally this is a significant moment in this chamber, certainly, in the passage of this legislation. And again, I want to commend all that have worked on it, in particular CPC, the Attorney General, and others who have worked tirelessly to be able to get us to this point. And I certainly look forward to the rest of the transformation, social transformation that is taking place in this country through this particular ministry. You know, this government was criticized before for focusing too much on an economy. But based on the track record thus far, it is clear that we have come now to stand for more than an economy, but also to recognize Barbados as a society. And finding that balance is something many people don't understand, Madam Deputy Speaker. But I believe that we are striking the balance in trying to make sure that we include people and that our social programs allow people to engage in social mobility, to do better for themselves and to make life better for all Barbadians. With those few words, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm obliged.
Honourable Member St. Michael South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. I want to thank all of my colleagues who would have spoken on this bill and who would have lent their support to the clauses that are in the bill, sir, and what these clauses, soon to be sections, are intended to do. I also would wish to acknowledge and to thank the Leader of the Opposition for his support of the bill as well. I think it has been the standard of this place and this country that on matters of this importance, normally we rise above political divide. Mr. Speaker, sir, there are just very few things I would wish to say. We've had a long day. But the truth is, it is a good and fitting thing that this is really the first bill that we are debating for the year 2025. And it speaks to a number of things. I think it speaks to our commitment to the community of persons with disabilities. But I think as a government, it also speaks to our commitment to the social sector. And we would have said, when we first came to office, there was a need to get the economics right, the economy right. But we know that there was always a need to continue to focus on the social sector as well. And this is a manifestation and a real testimony of our commitment to the social sector. I also want to take this opportunity to thank my constituents who allow me to be here, sir, as I suppose all who've spoken in this debate have done or would want me to do on their behalf, and those who did not speak, and certainly on your behalf. This being the first debate for 2025, I want to thank my constituents for giving me the opportunity to be here and to present this bill that I think will really make a difference in the lives of persons with disabilities. And we say that, sir, but it really makes a lives in the difference of Barbadians, because whether or not you have a disability, you know a person who has a disability, you have a family, someone in your neighborhood, sir. So in the community of people, then this will make a positive difference in the lives of us all. I also want to thank the Prime Minister, sir, because, you know, when COVID came, the social services sector got a boom everywhere. Immediately after COVID, but during COVID, it was health. Immediately after COVID, we saw the social sector getting some financing, and during COVID too, because many persons were using them to issue out food vouchers and hampers and so on through the machinery of the social sector. But what we saw in a post-COVID world was the reduction and the cuts in budgets. And I want to begin, and I want to thank the Prime Minister really to say that we never experienced that. And in fact, what the Ministry of People Empowerment got was an increase in its budget over the last year, which is running contrary to what has happened across the world, where the social services expanded and then contracted. And that has not been our reality. And again, I think the Honourable Member for St. Peter spoke about the ethos of the government. where, when we came into office, sir, you would recall that even as we approached the IMF, the Prime Minister said that we must first give public servants a pay raise. We must increase welfare. There's certain things we must do. The country must have breakfast before it goes on a long journey, which is really, again, our commitment to ensuring that the ordinary people of this country can live, sir. And I want to really thank the Prime Minister for his support. Many people have said, look, many things are happening in the social sector. That is true. But a lot of that because we have the support of the PM. Mr. Speaker, sir, I listened to the opposition leader too on his point about reinsurance. I take the point that perhaps there needs to be a way for us to ensure that we can fill those gaps where those gaps exist. Clause 80, as the Honourable Member for St. James North spoke to, already set in place a fund. How we would apply that fund depends on what is presented over time. So the solution is already embedded in the bill, but if I'm being honest, I never thought of it in relation to the insurance. And that perhaps this is one area that, if it arises, that we can look at to be able to resolve it going forward. Mr. Speaker, sir, generally there is an idea that we must learn how to care in place, and the Deputy Prime Minister was going there. You have to care in place. Age in place means that you don't take people from where they live. You try to make sure they can stay. If you want to have help a person with disabilities, you try your best to help them where they are as opposed to moving them to an institution. The same thing for children. So that back in the day, the idea was you need to have these large institutions, hold 100 children. Those days are done. You try your best to keep the numbers small and to try to intervene and to help people exactly where they are. The same is true for the persons with disabilities, sir. We have to find a way to care in place. So that part of that would mean, instead of institutionalization, we have to have more daycare, sir. I am convinced that daycares across Barbados, sir, for persons with disabilities, for the elderly, is going to be extremely important because it allows families to go to work on a normal day and come home at the end of the day and pick up their elderly person or a person with a disability, sir, and resume normal living so that everybody benefits from it, sir. I believe that is integral to a caring in place philosophy. And then lastly, Mr. Speaker, sir, we spoke in this place about the work we did with the community of persons with disabilities. Everything in this bill was driven by the community. Everything. It was driven by the conversations. It was driven by their desires. I'm on record as saying that in social policy, sir, it is about understanding how needs are met, how problems are managed, and opportunities for advancement. These three things. How needs are met, how problems are managed, and what opportunities for advancement. And this bill addresses all three, which means it will be an integral part to a social policy or social development framework as we go forward, sir. But the concept has always been nothing about us without us. And, there are some who believe that it shouldn't be nothing about us without us. It should simply be nothing without us. Because it suggests almost inherently that only the issues that pertain to persons directly on disabilities are the issues that pertain to people with disabilities. And the bigger point is that if we are talking about childcare, let's have a conversation with persons with disabilities. If we're talking about transportation, if we're talking about education, in all of its various components, that we include persons with disabilities. So nothing about us without us, yes, but generally nothing without us. If we get that right, sir, we begin the real, true progress and process to progress in terms of inclusion. Mr. Speaker, sir. And I want to close by repeating the numbers that were just shared by the Honourable Member for St. Peter, because this is so vitally important. When the Prime Minister made the commitment to expand the categories of persons who could benefit, persons with disabilities who could benefit, it meant that new persons were going to come forward. In many cases, people that we hadn't seen before. And the Honourable Member for St. Peter has explained to the Cabinet, to the Parliament, that in December this year, there were 653 persons who came forward in the categories that we included, sir, over the last 3 months. Between October, November, and December, there are now 653 persons who are benefiting from the government's policy, sir, to expand the categories of persons at the national insurance. And this would be 423 children and 230 adults, sir. 423 children and 230 adults who previously were not getting support or who could have been getting welfare, but now would be receiving a significantly higher support from the government of Barbados, sir. And this is what the real transformation is. Sir, we are also working to build out facilities for persons with disabilities. So in addition to the legislation, we have offered financial assistance, and we're looking at developing facilities for respite and for daycare. So the total package that has been offered to persons with disabilities in this country is really going to be transformational, and I look forward to it being put in place over the next few years, sir. So again, I want to close by thanking all who spoke on this bill, sir. I want to thank them because I know that everybody who spoke from their heart, sir. And I would wish that this bill be read a second time.
The question is that the bill be read a second time. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, I beg that you do not leave the chair and that this House resolve itself into committee for further consideration of this bill.
Question is that the Speaker do not leave the chair and the House resolve itself into committee for further consideration of this bill. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it.
This Honourable House is now in committee.
Mr. Chairman, permission to call the bill in parts and clauses.
Permission granted.
Part 1, clauses 1 through 4.
Mr. Chairman, I wish to make a small amendment to Clause 1, where it says this act may be cited as the Rights of Persons with Disabilities Act 2024. I wish to change 2024 to 2025. And I move that the clauses 1 to 4 be as amended, pass as amended. Stand part as amended.
The question is that Part 1, clauses 1 to 4 as amended, stand part. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 2, clauses 5 to 12.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that clauses 5 to 12 stand part. Part 2, clauses 5 to 12 stand part.
Question is that Part 2, clauses 5 to 12 stand part. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
And members, you need to second the clauses. Part 3, clauses 13 to 20. 13 to 20.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 3, clauses 13 to 20 stand part.
The question is that Part 3, clauses 13 to 20 stand part. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 4, clauses 21 to 26.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 4, clauses 21 to 26 stand part.
The question is that Part 4, clauses 21 to 26 stand part. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 5, clauses 27 to 34.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 5, clauses 27 to 34 stand part.
The question is, Part 5, clauses 27 to 34 stand part. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 6, clauses 35 to 46.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 6, clauses 35 to 46 stand part.
The question is that Part 6, clauses 35 to 46 stand part. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 7, clauses 47 to 52.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 7, clauses 47 to 52 stand part.
The question is that Part 7, clauses 47 to 52 stand part. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 8, clauses 53 to 55.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 8, clauses 53 to 55 stand part.
The question is that Part 8, clauses 53 to 55 stand part. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 9, clauses 56 to 61.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 9, clauses 56 to 61 stand part.
The question is that Part 9, clauses 56 to 61 stand part. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 10, clauses 62 to 66.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to make an amendment where it says above 63.1 in the title, alterations to existing and new buildings, it should be alterations. And with that, I beg to move that Part 10, clauses 62 to 66 stand part. As amended.
The question is that Part 10, clauses 62 to 66, as amended, stand part. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 11, Clause 67.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 11, Clause 67 stand part.
The question is that Part 11, Clause 67, stand part. All honorable members in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 12, Clauses 68 to 72.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 12, clauses 68 to 72 stand part.
The question is that Part 12, Clauses 68 to 72, stand part. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 13, Clauses 73 to 75.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 13, clauses 73 to 75 stand part.
The question is that Part 13, Clauses 73 to 75, stand part. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 14, Clauses 76 to 82.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 14, clauses 76 to 82 stand part.
The question is that Part 14, Clauses 76 to 82, stand part. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 15, Clauses 83 to 84.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 15, clauses 83 to 84 stand part.
The question is that Part 15, Clauses 83 to 84, stand part. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 16, Clauses 85 to 91.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 16, clauses 85 to 91 stand part.
The question is that Part 16, Clauses 85 to 91, stand part. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Schedule.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that the first schedule be the schedule to the bill.
Schedule, only one.
Or that the schedule be the schedule to the bill.
The question is that the schedule be the schedule to the bill. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Report.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that you do not report to His Honor the Speaker the passing of one bill in committee with amendments.
The question is that I do not report to His Honor the Speaker the passing of one bill with amendments in committee. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Chairman of Committees has reported the passing of one bill with amendment in committee. Honourable Member St. Michael South.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this bill be read a third time.
Question that this bill be read a third time. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this bill be now passed and be cited as the Right of Persons with Disabilities Act 2025.
Question is that this bill be passed and so cited. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. This bill is passed and so cited.
Order number 10, sir. In the name of the Honourable Minister of Transport and Works, to move the second reading of the Road Traffic Amendment Bill 2025.
Honourable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise really to introduce a rather simple matter, but one I believe that is fitting coming after the passage of this new disabilities bill. This road traffic amendment is relatively straightforward. It comes from an outcry from certainly persons within the disabilities community who, and in particular the chairman of the Commission for Disabilities, member for St. James North, and certainly the Honourable Minister, member for St. Michael South, who have all advocated for changes as it relates to the amount of money that persons who disregard parking spaces for persons with disabilities, we've asked for an increase in those fees, which currently stand at $500. And we are now proposing that there be an increase from $500 as a penalty to $5,000. I would have received correspondence from the chairman of the commission, the Honourable Member for St. James North, back in March of last year. We would have had extensive conversations regarding the concerns expressed by the persons within the disabilities community. I believe that when the Act was first amended back in 2017, Section 88A would have penalized for the first time, drivers of motor vehicles who stopped, stand, or park their vehicles in a parking space that is designated for disabled parking by a disabled parking sign, unless the motor vehicle prominently displayed a valid parking permit issued by the licensing authority that clearly indicated that the vehicle was either owned or operated by a person with disabilities or used for the transportation of a person with disabilities. At subsection 3 of that piece of legislation, the breach stood at $500. As I stated earlier, the challenge has been that we have seen a number of drivers in Barbados completely disregard the fact that there is either a vehicle which is bearing a sticker of persons who have shown that they are disabled, and they have also disregarded as well the disabled signs that are clearly demarcated in a number of these spaces. And we feel very strongly that in keeping with the spirit of what we have done today in terms of transformation, that this piece of legislation in terms of increasing the level of the fine from $500 to $5,000 will send a very clear message to the general public and to those who have been repeat offenders of this particular act, that we are indeed very serious about making sure that those spaces for persons with disabilities are respected and indeed protected. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, there's really not much left to say, because I think everything that could be said on the persons with disabilities and why we are doing this today has perhaps been said from this morning at 10 o'clock. And therefore, with those few words, I therefore beg to move that this bill do now pass.
Second time. Read a second time. You got the bill?
Do now pass.
We read a second time.
Beg to move that the bill be read a second time.
Yes, we can. The question is that this bill be read a second time. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that you do now leave the chair and that the House resolve itself for further consideration of the bill.
The question is that the Speaker do now leave the chair and the House resolve itself into committee for further consideration of this bill. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it.
This Honourable House is now in committee.
Clause 1.
Chair, I beg to move that Clause 1 be amended to read the Road Traffic Amendment Act 2025. Beg that this do now stand part. Clause 1 as amended do now stand part.
Second that, sir.
The question is that clause 1 as amended stand part. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. You think the ayes have it?
Clause 2.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Clause 2 do stand part.
Second that, sir.
The question is that clause 2 stand part. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. You think the ayes have it?
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that you do now report the passage of one bill in committee with amendments.
That I do now report to His Honor the Speaker the passing of one bill in committee as amended. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this bill be read a third time.
The question is that the bill read a third time. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this bill be now passed and cited as the Road Traffic Amendment Act 2025.
The question is that this bill be passed and so cited. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. This bill is passed and so cited. Honourable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With that, we've come to the end of today's sitting, and I therefore beg to, reverting to government notices.
Shall we committal the government notices?
Honourable Leader of Government Business.
I beg to give notice, Mr. Speaker, of a resolution to adopt the report of the Joint Select Committee standing on the social sector and the environment on the Health Services Amendment Bill 2024 and the proposed Health Services Nuisances Regulations 2024.
Honourable Leader of Government Business.
With that, Mr. Speaker, we've come to the end of today's sitting, and I therefore beg to move the adjournment of the House until Friday, the 17th of February at 10 a.m.
17th of
February. Sorry, of January at 10 a.m. Y'all too happy?
The question is that this honorable chamber be adjourned until the 17th day of January 2025. January 17th day of January 2025 at 10 a.m. in the forenoon. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it. This honorable chamber stands adjourned until the 17th day of January 2025 at 10 a.m. in the forenoon.